It's close enough to 5. Yeah, it's close enough. Go live. I don't see my face. There it goes. Hi, everybody. Long time no see on this Sunday late afternoon / evening. Who we got here? It's close enough, right? Hello, Artie. Hello, Sepsis. Hello, Adam. Oh, is that all we have? Wow. 'Tis a quiet afternoon evening. Looks like. Ow, Tippy. Whew. Sorry, I'm just a little out of it from, little rusty from not being able to stream for the past 2 weeks. Hi, Ronan. Hello, Viliano. I'm really sorry I had to move the stream to today, or this afternoon late, whatever. I kind of got stuck doing something for a friend of mine, getting their idiot sibling out of the city jail. Otherwise, they would have been stuck there until Monday. So me being terminally nice, ended up going to get them, and I don't even really like this person, but I did it because I'm friends with the sibling. So I'm sorry. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay. Tippy. Who else? Anybody else here? Ooh, it's a spooky. We see and hear. Oh, good. It's like, not even. I was just stuck waiting in a waiting room for paperwork to get pushed around before they finally released the dude. And I was like, dude, why are you even, it was for like unpaid tickets because he got a warrant and then got busted. I was like, well, I mean, that's on you, man. You shouldn't have been driving knowing you had a warrant out. That's right, Tippy. I agree. They should know better. But they don't. Like the aforementioned, not the smartest person. Hi, Darbs. Sorry, I'm trying to get everything in. Get out of the way. In order here, because stuff got moved around. Yeah, look at this. I can never have nice things. Look what Hildy and this one right here did. They made off with my directional buttons when I wasn't looking. One got one and one got the other. And I didn't realize it until they took off, and I got them back, but they broke them, so I just have that now. Yeah, don't act like you weren't responsible. I think you were the ringleader. I miss when Hildy was innocent. All right. I hope I saw 28 years later, and that's good to hear, because I tend to not listen to critics or anything online so much. I'd like to see movies and judge for myself. But everyone's like, "Oh, the movie sucks. There's a zombie that hangs dong," and I was like, "Well." I watched that one. What is that one movie? Watchmen, and we had a blue wiener there, and everybody seemed to be able to ignore that. I don't see why you can't ignore zombie dong. And they make it sound like it's prominently like in front of you the whole time. I was like, I haven't seen it, but I kind of feel like it wouldn't be. I just look down and she's giving me the side eye. This isn't anything you'll like. A giant zombie. Yeah, I think people are just getting a little goofy over it. But they're acting like it's super duper distracting. Sorry, my hair is still wet. All right. Well, I figured if I was gonna do another Goosebumps, I've done more than a few of their like the Haunted Mask and the Say Cheese and Die, like those type of ones that were like the quintessential Goosebumps. But then I realized I was like, I don't think I did the dummy Night of the Living. Hush! You are being too loud. Get. That didn't work. I'm a big fan of full front. Who isn't? Who isn't a big fan of full frontal in movies? It's kind of prominent. I kind of figured as much. It's a bit more complete. Ooh! I didn't even know Nine Inch Nails was touring. That's pretty cool. Don't know how I missed that. But they never come to my city. I always have to go to the... I have to either go to the States or the next province over in order to go see them, because they never come here. This place isn't that small, Tippy. I know. We never see anything. We have to leave. Oh. That's right. How are you holding up with the loss of your little fur baby? That is really tough. I picked up the ashes to my elderly grandma parakeet yesterday, actually. I get it, man. Artie. 5 hours on a train. God damn. That sounds, yeah, that sounds about right. I had to go all the way to, where was that LA or was that Chicago? No, that was LA. I had to go all the way to LA to see Garbage and Metric because, again, they never came anywhere near me. I was like, I can't smell that bad. I was wondering why it was so warm in here. The fan is off. Sorry. All right. So I apologize. I don't think I even read this particular one when I was a kid, so I have no idea if it's going to be funny bad or just bad. So I guess we'll see. Oh, yeah, it's tough once they pass and getting rid of their little home. I hope you keep something of hers to remember her by. Hello, transmission. 22 days short. Was it a natural or did something happen to her? Like it was just, maybe it was it like something that was undiagnosed until she passed, or did something happen with her airway? It was the zombie dog scene. It was prosthetic because they weren't allowed to show the main child actor. Yeah, I'd appreciate that. It's like you either do it that way, or better yet, CGI, so the kid never actually sees anything. Oh. Well, that's good that you have a place to call home now, though. That's okay. You can't be in here when I'm reading. Tippy's been particularly attached to me these past few days, and I'm not sure why. And apparently a little more destructive than. Now I gotta fix this. Didn't even give the people warning. They're probably all over the place now. There we go. It's like in sleepaway camp. They made a fake. What is it? Was that like? Was that a joke, or were they like, no, let's have the biggest dong we can get, Tippy, the biggest dong we can get. It'll be funny. The director's gonna get mad at us. He's like, oh, perfect. Well, fuck, we weren't expecting that. All right, let me pull up to the right. Yeah. Oh no, it did. Okay. That's right. Sleepaway Camp was an adult man wearing the little girl's face, which sounds even more terrifying. Okay, so before I start, I have the background up. Tippy, hush. I tried to keep it very low because this is technically somebody else's channel. I just wanted some background. So it's on very, very low. So just in case. Hi, Thanatress, you're just in time. Hello, Lex, you're just in time. I am about to evict my young child here because she can't be in here. She can't be in here when I'm trying to read and destroying you guys' earballs. You guys say goodbye. It was messed up to begin with. That is true. That The aunt slash mom. That lady was the she was the most interesting thing in that movie. I don't know why the hell they. I was like, wait, this bitch is a doctor. She's all right. Hold on. All right, let me kick her out. I gotta figure out a way to kick her out where she won't do a boomerang thing. Hang on, just a second. All right, Tips. You're getting evicted. Hey, no! That's not real. Hey! Look what I found wandering around. Alright. Sorry. I'll be right back. I'm gonna put him in front of food and kick her out. Oh my goodness. I don't know why this isn't getting any faster. Okay. Whew. She's grounded. That's my big old boy, Kiwi. Alright. Who doesn't like the totals? Whew. Oh my goodness. Wait, which one? This one. You guys are so... It's the Tippy channel. I know. She certainly does think of it as... Oh, I should probably leave this one out just in case. Alright. Night of the Living Dummy. Chapter 1 out of... How many chapters we got here? It's usually like 20 something, right? Yeah, 25. And they're like a page and a half long. Alright then. Chris Powell struggled to get her twin sister's attention. Lindy Powell glanced up from the book she was reading to see what the problem was. Instead of her sister's pretty face, Lindy saw a round pink bubble nearing the size of Chris's head. Nice one, Lindy said without much enthusiasm. With a sudden move, she poked the bubble and popped it. Hey, Chris said as the pink bubble exploded into her cheeks and chin. I gotcha, Lindy laughed. Chris angrily grabbed Lindy's paper back and slammed it shut. The bitch. Can you slam a paperback shut? Whoops, lost your place, she exclaimed. She knew her sister hated to lose her place in a book. It's impossible to find your place once you lose it, after all. You voted for a 1920s gangster? You picked up the voice. Actually, yeah, I can probably do a terrible impersonation of a 1920s gangster. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a dummy, see? Meh. Lindy grabbed the book back with a scowl. Chris struggled to pull the pink gum off her face. That was the biggest bubble I ever blew, she said angrily. The gum wasn't coming off of her chin. I've blown much bigger than that, Lindy said with a superior sneer. Giggity. I don't believe you two, their mother muttered, making her way into their bedroom and dropping a neatly folded pile of laundry at the foot of Chris's bed. You even compete over bubble gum? We're not competing, Lindy muttered. She tossed back her blonde ponytail and returned her eyes to her book. Both girls had straight blonde hair, but Lindy kept hers long, usually tied behind her head or on one side in a ponytail, and Chris had hers cut very, very short. It was a way for people to tell the twins apart, for they were nearly identical in every other way. Both had broad foreheads and round blue eyes. Why is R.L. Stine dunking on these kids? Both had dimples on their cheeks when they smiled. Both blushed easily, large pink circles forming on their pale cheeks. Both thought their noses were a little too wide. Both wished they were a little taller. Lindy's best friend, Alice, was nearly 3 inches taller, even though she hadn't turned 12 yet. Did I get it all off? Chris asked, rubbing her chin, which was red and sticky. Not all, Lindy told her, glancing up. There's some in your hair. Oh, great, Chris muttered. She grabbed at her hair but couldn't find any bubble gum. Gotcha again, Lindy said, laughing. You're too easy. Chris uttered an angry growl. Why are you always so mean to me? Me? Mean? Lindy looked up. Oh, you know how else you can tell them apart? One of them's a total bitch. Lindy looked up in a wide-eyed innocence. I'm an angel. Ask anyone. Exacerbated, Chris turned back to her mother, who was stuffing socks in the dresser drawer. Mom, when am I going to get my own room? On the 12th of never, Mrs. Powell replied, grinning. Chris groaned. That's what you always say. Her mother shrugged. You know we don't have a spare inch, Chris. She turned to the bedroom window. Bright sunlight streamed through the flimsy curtains. It's a beautiful day. What are you two doing inside? Mom, we're not little girls, Lindy rolled her eyes. We're 12. We're too old to go out and play. Sure. Perfection, Jenny. Al Capone. Or insulted. How is this scene relevant to the story? How is like 90% of these scenes relevant to any Goosebumps we read? It always seems to be they'll go off on tangents for kind of like how I do but they're doing it in their story. I'm allowed to get distracted because it happens. I would go outside to play right now if it wasn't 1,000 degrees outside. It's like parks are awesome. All right, where'd it go? Did I get it all? Chris asked again, still scraping pink patches of bubblegum off her chin. Leave it. It improves your complexion, Lindy told her. I wish you girls would be nicer to each other, Mrs. Powell said with a sigh. They suddenly heard shrill barking coming from downstairs. What's Barky excited about now? Wow, really reached into your brain to think of a name for the dog, didn't you, Stein? Goosebumps has a formula. They have like 40-50% set up. They sure do. Mrs. Powell fretted. The little black terrier was always barking about something. Why not take Barky for a walk? I don't feel like it, Lindy muttered, nose in her book. What about those beautiful new bikes you got for your birthday? Mrs. Powell said, hands on her hips. Those bikes you just couldn't live without? You know, the ones that have been sitting in the garage since you got them? Okay, you don't have to be sarcastic, Mom, Lindy said, closing her book. She stood up, stretched, and tossed the book onto her bed. You want to? Chris asked Lindy. Want to what? Go for a bike ride. We could ride to the playground, see if anyone's hanging out at school. You just want to see if Robbie's there, Lindy said, making a face. So, Chris said, blushing. Go, get some fresh air, Mrs. Powell urged. I'll see you later. I'm off to the supermarket. So she just wanted her kids just out of the fucking house. They didn't really care. I don't want you home when I'm not. Chris peered into the dresser mirror. She had gotten most of the gum off. She brushed her short hair back with both hands. Come on, let's go, she said. Last one's out, a rotten egg! She darted to the doorway, beating her sister by half a step. As they burst out the back door with Barky yipping shrilly behind them, the afternoon sun was high in the cloudless sky. The air felt dry and still. It felt more like summer than spring. Both girls were wearing shorts and sleeveless t-shirts. Lindy bent to pull open the garage door, then stopped. The house next door caught her eye. Look, they've got the walls up, she told Chris, pointing across their backyard. That new house is going up so quickly. It's amazing, Chris said, following her sister's gaze. The builders had knocked down the old house during the winter. The new concrete foundation had been put down in March. Lindy and Chris had walked around on it with no workers there, trying to figure out where the different rooms would go. And now the walls had been built. The construction suddenly looked like a real house, rising up in the midst of tall stacks of lumber, a big mound of red-brown dirt, a pile of concrete blocks, and an assortment of power saws, tools, and machinery. They left all that stuff out? When it gets stolen? No one's working today. Then why is it out? Why is it out? Sorry, I know it's a kid's book, but I would think this shit would get stolen. They took a few steps towards the new house. Who do you think will move in? Chris wondered. Maybe some great-looking guy our age. Maybe great-looking twin guys. Ooh. Yuck, Lindy said. Lindy made a disgusted face. Twin guys? How drippy can you get? I can't believe you and I are in the same family. Chris was used to Lindy's sarcasm. Both girls liked being twins and hated being twins at the same time. Because they shared nearly everything. Their looks, their clothing, their room. But they were closer than most sisters ever get. But because they were so much alike, they also managed to drive each other crazy a lot of the time. No one's around. Let's check out the new house, Lindy said. Let's play with the power saw. I can't get over that. Chris followed her across the yard. A squirrel halfway up the wide trunk of a maple tree watched them wearily. They made their way through an opening in the low shrubs that divided the 2 yards. Then, walking past the stacks of lumber and tall mounds of dirt, they climbed the concrete stoop. A sheet of heavy plastic that had been nailed over the opening where the front door would go. Oh, I see. I was like, wait, that sounds... A sheet of heavy plastic had been nailed over the opening where the front door would go. I was like, wait, that's an incomplete sentence. I missed one. Chris pulled one end of the plastic up and they slipped into the house. It was dark and cool inside and had a fresh wood smell. The plaster walls were up but hadn't been painted. Careful, Lindy warned. Nails. She pointed to the large nails scattered all over the floor. Why are they scattered all over the floor? If you step on one, you'll get lockjaw and die. You wished. Well, they're talking about rusty nails, so they're talking about, oh shit, I had it and I lost it, where it does lock up your jaw. I think it depends on how long you let it go before it kills you. It's not like immediate lockjaw and death. I don't want you to die, Lindy replied. Just get lockjaw, she snickered. Ha ha, Chris said sarcastically. This must be the living room, she said, making her way carefully across the front room to the fireplace against the back wall. A cathedral ceiling, Lindy said, staring up at the dark exposed wooden beams above their heads. Lockjaw. Yeah, it's when you step on things that are rusted. There's a term, there's like something that you... Yes, thank you, tetanus. Thank you. That was going to drive me fucking crazy. Yes, thank you. Yeah, you can get or your jaw locks in place. I only know that because that was drilled into my head as a kid, because there was a lot of construction in my area when I was really little, and my parents were always scared we were going to step on rusted nails because we hated wearing shoes. Let's see here. I want a cathedral ceiling house. Neat. This is bigger than our living room, Chris remarked, peering out the large window to the street. It smells great, Lindy said, taking a deep breath. All the sawdust, it smells so piney. They made their way through the hall and explored the kitchen. Are those wires on? Chris asked, pointing to the cluster of black electrical wires suspended from the ceiling beams. Why don't you touch one and find out? Lindy suggested. You first, Chris shot back. This kitchen isn't very big, Lindy said, bending down to stare into the holes where the kitchen cabinets would go. She stood up and was about to suggest they check out the upstairs when they heard a sound. Huh? Her eyes widened in surprise. Is someone there? Chris froze in the middle of the kitchen. They both listened. Silence. Then they heard soft, rapid footsteps close by, inside the house. Let's go, Lindy whispered. Chris was already ducking under the plastic, heading out the doorway opening. She left her sister. She leaped off the back stoop and started running toward their backyard. Lindy stopped at the bottom of the stoop and turned back to the new house. Hey, look, she called. A squirrel came flying out the side window. It landed on the dirt with all 4 feet moving and scrambling towards the maple tree in the Powell's yard. Lindy laughed. Just a dumb squirrel. Chris stopped at the low shrubs. Are you sure? She hesitated, watching the windows of the new house. It was a pretty loud squirrel. When she turned back to the house, she was surprised to see that Lindy had disappeared. Hey, where did you go? Over here, Lindy called. I see something. It took Chris a little while to locate her sister. Lindy was half hidden behind a large black dumpster at the far end of the yard. Chris shielded her eyes with one hand to see better. Lindy was bent over the side of the dumpster. She appeared to be rummaging through some trash. It took you this long to do your dumpster diving? Come on, man. If they were tearing that shit down, you do that immediately after the first time they leave. Otherwise, you're gonna lose all the good stuff to somebody else. Chris shielded her eyes with one hand to see better. Lindy was bent over the side of the dumpster. Oh, sorry. Blah, blah, blah. What's in there? Chris called. Lindy was tossing around things and didn't seem to hear her. What is it? Chris called, taking a few reluctant steps toward the dumpster. Lindy didn't reply. Then slowly she pulled something out. She started to hold it up. Its arms and legs dangled down limply. Chris could see a head with brown hair. A head? Arms and legs? Oh no! Chris cried out aloud, raising her hands to her face in horror. A child! You know, and I can't. I already hope the worst for these kids. People wonder why we had more accents back then. I know this. He's a pod person, doesn't understand family dynamics. Yeah, like it doesn't seem like any of the siblings like each other. And I don't know, was that like a normal thing? Did everybody just fucking hate each other back then? Or is this just bad writing? Or, I don't know. I remember seeing a couple shows growing up where the siblings were always fighting. Like, they just seemed like they hated each other. Well, I think the implication is that they just tossed a dead child in the dumpster. They're like, they left this. They're just gonna leave that. That's the end of the chapter, by the way. Oh, okay. I did not know. Ooh. It's actually pretty good. It's grapefruit lemonade. It's actually not bad. I was worried it was going to be a little too bitter. All right. I mean, we argue, but like so many times. Yeah, that's kind of the way I was with my siblings. I mean, with ones closest to my age, like the older ones, we were just kind of there for them when we were little kids. I feel like my back needs to pop, but I can't get it. The end. Wow, that was a real short book. Did I miss the part where they had the dummy? All right, chapter 2. Chris uttered a silent gasp, staring in horror as Lindy lifted him out of the dumpster. She could see his face frozen in wide-eyed stare. His brown hair stood stiffly on top of his head. He seemed to be wearing some sort of gray suit. His arms and legs dangled lifelessly. Lindy! Chris called, her throat tight with fear. Is he alive? Lindy looked at Chris and went, "It's a fucking doll, dumbass." It's not even, it's the middle of the day. You can't even say it's shadowed. It's like at night. Her heart pounding, Chris started to run to her sister. Lindy was cradling the poor thing in her arms. "Is he alive?" Chris repeated breathlessly. She stopped short when her sister started to laugh. "No, not alive," Lindy called gleefully. Then Chris realized that it wasn't a child after all. It was a dummy, she shrieked. Lindy held it up. "A ventriloquist dummy," she said. "Someone threw him out. Do you believe it? He's in perfect shape." The real dummy was us for being misled. It took Lindy a while to notice that Chris was breathing hard, her face bright red. "Chris, what's your problem?" "Oh, wow, did you think he was a real kid?" Lindy laughed scornfully. "No, of course not," Chris insisted. Lindy held the dummy up and examined his back, looking for the string to pull to make his mouth move. "I'm a real kid," Lindy made him say. She was speaking in a high-pitched voice through gritted teeth, trying not to move her lips. "Dumb," Chris said, rolling her eyes. "I'm not dumb, you're dumb." Lindy made the dummy... Oh, sorry. "I'm not dumb, you're dumb," Lindy made the dummy say in a high, squeaky voice. When she pulled the string in his back, the wooden lips moved up and down, clicking as they moved. She moved... Jesus Christ. Move. She moved her hand up his back and found the control to make his painted eyes shift from side to side. "He's probably filled with bugs. Bugs if you're lucky," Chris said, making a disgusted face. "Throw him back, Lindy." "No way," Lindy insisted, rubbing her hand tenderly over the wooden dummy's hair. "I'm keeping him." "She's keeping me," she made the dummy say. Chris stared suspiciously at the dummy. His brown hair was painted on his head. His blue eyes moved only from side to side and couldn't blink. He had bright red painted lips curled up into an eerie smile. The lower lip had a chip on one side so that it didn't quite match the upper lip. I'm pretty sure they're not supposed to match, right? Ah, the real dummy were the friends we made along the way. The dummy wore a gray double-breasted suit over a white shirt collar. The collar wasn't attached to the shirt. Instead, the dummy's wooden chest was painted white. Big brown leather shoes were attached to the end of his thin, dangling legs. My name is Slappy, Lindy made the dummy say, moving his grinning mouth up and down. Dumb, Chris repeated, shaking her head. Why Slappy? I'm going to call him Chucky. Come over here and I'll slap you, Lindy made him say, trying not to move her lips. Chris groaned. Are we going to ride our bikes to the playground or not, Lindy? Oh, right! I forgot that's what they went outside for originally. Afraid poor Robbie misses you? Lindy made Slappy ask. Put that ugly thing down, Chris repeated impatiently. I'm not ugly, Slappy said in Lindy's squeaky voice, sliding his eyes from side to side. You're ugly. Your lips are moving, Chris told Lindy. You're a lousy ventriloquist. I'll get better, Lindy insisted. You mean you're really going to keep it? Chris cried. I like Slappy. He's cute, Lindy said, cuddling the dummy against the front of her shirt. I'm cute, she made him say, and you're ugly. Actually, the voices start to kind of sound like Mickey Mouse. Shut up, Chris snapped to the dummy. You shut up, Slappy replied in Lindy's tight, high-pitched voice. What do you want to keep him for? Chris asked, following her sister toward the street. I've always liked puppets, Lindy recalled, remembering those marionettes. Remember those marionettes I used to have? I played with them for hours at a time. I made up long plays with them. Oh yeah, that's right. You were always boring. I forgot. I always played with the marionettes too, Chris remembered. You got all the strings tangled up, Lindy said, frowning. You weren't any good at it. But what are you going to do with this dummy? Chris demanded. I don't know. Maybe I'll work up an act, Lindy said thoughtfully, shifting Slappy to her other arm. I'll bet I can earn some money for... Yeah, I'm sure. No one has ever found a ventriloquist dummy cute. Yeah, no shit. I bet I can earn some money with him. You know, appear at kids' birthday parties, put on shows. Happy birthday, she made Slappy declare. Hand over some money. Chris didn't laugh. The two girls walked along the street in front of their house. Lindy cradled Slappy in her arms, one hand up his back. I think he's creepy, Chris said, kicking a large pebble across the street. You should put him back in the dumpster. No way, Lindy insisted. No way, she made Slappy say, shaking his head, his glassy blue eyes moving from side to side. I'll put you in the dumpster. Slappy sure is mean, Chris remarked, frowning at Lindy. Lindy laughed. Don't look at me, she teased. Complain to Slappy. Chris scowled. You're jealous, Lindy said, because I found him and you didn't. Yeah, I'm real jealous you found a dumpster ventriloquist dummy. Immediately guns for a career. She's thinking of she's grinding, trying to find ways to make extra cash. Chris started to protest, but they both heard voices. Chris looked up to see the two Marshall kids from down the block running toward them. They were cute redheaded kids that Lindy and Chris sometimes babysat for. What's that? Amy Marshall asked, pointing at Slappy. Does he talk? Her younger brother Ben asked, staying several feet away, an uncertain expression on his freckled face. Hi, I'm Slappy, Lindy made the dummy call out. She cradled Slappy in one arm, making him sit up straight, his arms dangling side to side. Where'd you get him? Amy asked. Do his eyes move? Ben asked, still hanging back. Do your eyes move? Slappy asked Ben. Both the Marshall kids laughed. Ben forgot his reluctance. He stepped up and grabbed Slappy's hands. Ouch, not so hard, Slappy cried. Ben dropped the hand with a gasp. Then he and Amy collapsed in gleeful laughter. Wow, maybe I was a little quick to judge on the dumb idea of becoming a ventriloquist. If it's that easy to make kids laugh, I guess. Ha 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 ha. Lindy made Slappy laugh, tilting his head back and opening his mouth wide. The two kids thought it was a riot. They laughed even harder. Pleased by the response she was getting, Lindy glanced up at her sister. Chris was sitting on the curb, cradling her head in her hands, dejected look on her face. She's jealous, Lindy realized. Chris sees that the kids really like Slappy and that I'm getting all the attention. And she's totally jealous. I'm definitely keeping Slappy, Lindy told herself, secretly pleased at her little triumph. She stared into the dummy's bright blue painted eyes. To her surprise, the dummy seemed to be staring back at her, a twinkle in the sunlight in his eyes, his grin wide and knowing. Jesus Christ. All right, chill out there, Lindy. Good God. Slappy wants to watch the 9 o'clock news. I need to rewatch that movie. I haven't seen that one in a while. Oh, that's not true, Ronan. Jeff Dunham has never thrown out a dummy. You can tell by the shit that he kept. That was the end of chapter 2. It's named Slappy because of what it does. I mean, they're kids, all right? They're not going to be the most creative. Big into the redheads, they already... Or wait, was it brown hair or red hair? I can't remember. I'm pretty sure it was red. All right. Chapter 3. Who was that on the phone? Mr. Powell asked, shoveling another forkful of spaghetti into his mouth. Lindy slipped back into her place at the table. It was Mrs. Marshall down the block. It's a small town. How many Marshalls are there? Does she want you to babysit? Oh, sorry, that's the wife. Does she want you to babysit? Mrs. Powell said, reaching for the salad bowl. She turned to Chris. Don't you want any salad? Chris wiped spaghetti sauce off her chin with her napkin. Maybe later. No, Lindy answered. She wants me to perform at Amy's birthday party with Slappy. Your first job, Mr. Powell said, a smile crossed his slender face. Amy and Ben liked Slappy so much they insisted on him. Lindy said, Mrs. Marshall is going to pay me $20. That's great, their mother exclaimed. She passed the salad bowl across the table to her husband. Did they ever go to the park? When are we going to get to the fireworks factory? It had been a week since Lindy rescued Slappy from the dumpster. Every day after school, she spent hours up in her room rehearsing with him, working on his voice, practicing not moving her lips, thinking up jokes to perform with him. Chris kept insisting the whole thing was dumb. I can't believe you're being such a nerd, she told her sister. She refused to be an audience for Lindy's routines. But when Lindy brought Slappy into school on Friday, Chris's attitude began to change. A group of kids had gathered around Lindy outside of her locker. As Lindy made Slappy talk for them, Chris watched from down the hall. She's going to make a total fool of herself, Chris thought. These twins they're made for each other. But to her surprise, the kids hooted and howled. They thought Slappy was a riot. Even Robbie Martin, the guy Chris had a crush on for 2 years, thought Lindy was terrific. Well, Robbie sounds like a dork. Why if he's that blown away by a goddamn ventriloquist dummy? Watching Robbie laugh along with the other kids made Chris think hard. Becoming a ventriloquist might be fun and profitable. Lindy was going to earn $20 at the Marshall's birthday party, and when word got around, she'd probably perform at a lot of parties and earn even more money. After dinner that evening, Lindy and Chris washed and dried the dishes. Then Lindy asked her parents if she could go practice her new comedy routine on them. She hurried up to her room to get Slappy. Mr. and Mrs. Powell took a seat in the living room couch. Maybe Lindy will be a TV star, Mrs. Powell said. Maybe, Mr. Powell agreed, settling back on the couch, a pleased smile on his face. Barky yapped and climbed between Mr. and Mrs. Powell, his tiny stub of a tail wagging furiously. You know you're not allowed on the couch. Fuck you, Mrs. Powell, sighing, but made no move to push Barky off. That's what I thought. Chris sat down away from the others on the floor by the steps, cradling her chin in her hands. "You look very glum this evening," her father remarked. "Can I get a dummy too?" Chris asked. She hadn't really planned to say it. The question just kind of popped out of her mouth. Lindy came back into the room, carrying Slappy around on the waist. "Ready?" she asked. She pulled a dining room chair to the center of the living room and sat down. "Well, can I?" Chris repeated. "You really want one too?" Mrs. Powell asked, surprised. "Want what?" Lindy asked, confused. Chris says she wants a dummy too," Mrs. Powell reported. "No way!" Lindy said heatedly. Why do you want to be such a copycat?" "It looks like fun," Chris replied, her cheeks turning bright pink. "If you can do it, I can do it too," she added shrilly. "You always copy everything I do," Lindy protested angrily. "Why don't you find something of your own for once? Go upstairs and work on your junk jewelry collection. That's your hobby. Let me be the ventriloquist." "Girls," Mr. Powell started, raising a hand for quiet. "Please, don't fight over a dummy. They're never going to the park." Such a foul-mouthed dog. Well, they named him Barky. He's allowed to have an attitude, I think. That's what I think, anyway. Ah, yes, the ventriloquist boom of the 90s. 22 chapters later, still haven't left for the park. Oh, hi, Anthony! That's the way these books go. Yeah, that's... They just keep talking about it and talking about it, but never do it. "I really think I'd be better at it," Chris said. "I mean, Lindy isn't very funny." "Damn! Everyone thinks I'm funny," Lindy insisted. "That's not very nice, Chris," Mrs. Powell scolded. "Well, I just think if Lindy has one, I should be able to have one too," Chris said to her parents. "Copycat," Lindy repeated, shaking her head. "You've been putting me down all week. You said it was nerdy, but now I know why you changed your mind. You're upset because I'm going to earn money and you're not." "I really wish you two wouldn't argue about everything," Mr. Powell said disgustedly. "Well, can I have a dummy?" Chris asked him. "They're expensive," Mr. Powell replied, glancing at his wife. "A good one will cost more than $100. A good one?" "Well, just get him a shitty one. How much does a shitty one go for?" "I'm taking my ventriloquy to Hollywood." "Why don't you two share, Slappy?" Mrs. Powell suggested. "Huh?" Lindy's mouth dropped open in protest. "You two always share everything," Mrs. Powell continued, "so why don't you share Slappy?" "Mom, that is not... Okay, no, you don't do that. You don't do that with... It doesn't matter if they're siblings. Sometimes one sibling can have a thing that the other one doesn't. When you make them share with everything, they don't have stuff to call their own. Come on now. They're 12 years old. They have to have some type of individuality, autonomy, and shit like that. Come on. Expensive. You've got to feed it and walk it yourself." They couldn't even walk the damn dog. They took it outside, wandered around the house, left the poor dog in the yard, I guess, because he went outside with him, I think, and then dug around a dumpster and then went back inside. That poor dog didn't even get to go for a walk. Justice, yeah, that's right, justice for Barky. "But Mom," Lindy whined unhappily. "Excellent idea," Mr. Powell interrupted. He motioned to Chris. "Try it out. After you share him for a while, I'm sure one of you will lose interest in him. Maybe even both of you." It is kind of, when you think that they're talking about like an actual dude, just let your sister date your boyfriend for a while. You'll let her try him out. Maybe she'll lose interest. "You don't need your own toothbrush." "That's right, sepsis." Chris climbed to her feet and walked over to Lindy. She reached out for the dummy. "I don't mind sharing," she said quietly, searching her sister's eyes for approval of the idea. "Can I hold him for just a second?" Lindy held on to Slappy tightly. She was just gonna show her little act. Cool parenting. Yeah, I know, right? Suddenly, the dummy's head tilted back and his mouth opened wide. Beat it, Chris, he snarled in a harsh, raspy voice. "Get lost, you stupid moron." Oh, wait, see? Sorry. Before Chris could back away, Slappy's wooden hand shot up, and he slapped her hard across the face. God damn. They are not fucking around, are they? Keep all the family sisters who love together like sister wives. You know, that thing. I'm gonna actually just open this because it's not giving me a whole lot of... Ah. I mean, Slappy, now you got 2 minions, but you're gonna be like a dick about it? Alright. Chapter 4. Dummy Slap. I mean, his name... Oh, you beat me to it, Thanatos. I was like, well, his name is Slappy. Like, Mo Howard. Yeah, they're like the Three Stooges. Let's kind of cut of their jam. Alright. Ow! Chris screamed and raised her hand to her cheek, which was bright pink. She stepped back. Stop it, Lindy. That hurt. Me? Lindy cried. I didn't do it. Slappy did. Don't be dumb. The parents just watching this shit go down. Don't be dumb, Chris protested, rubbing her cheek. You really hurt me. But I didn't do it, Lindy cried. She turned Slappy's face toward her. Why were you so rude to Chris? Mr. Powell jumped up from the couch. Stop acting dumb and apologize to your sister, he ordered. How do you know it's not part of the act, Dad? Lindy bowed Slappy's head. I'm sorry, she made the dummy say. No, in your own voice, Mr. Powell insisted, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Slappy didn't hurt Chris. You did. I like Slappy. Good thing she didn't name him Mr. Sucker Punch. Okay, Liddy muttered, blushing. She avoided Chris's angry stare. I'm sorry, here. She dumped Slappy into Chris's arms. Chris was so surprised she nearly dropped him. Slappy was heavier than she had imagined. Now what am I supposed to do with him? Chris had Liddy. You wanted one so badly. Chris shrugged and crossed the room to the couch, where she dropped down beside her mother. Why'd you make such a fuss? Mrs. Powell whispered, leaning close to Lindy. That's so babyish. Babyish? Lindy blushed. Slappy is mine. Why can't something be mine for once? Sometimes you girls are so nice to each other, and sometimes... Mrs. Powell's voice trailed off. Mr. Powell took a seat on the padded arm of the chair across the room. How do I make his mouth work? Chris asked, tilting the dummy upside down to examine its back. There's a string in his back inside the slit of his jacket, Lindy said. You just have to pull it. I don't want Chris to work, Slappy. Lindy thought unhappily. I don't want to share Slappy. Why can't I have something that just belongs to me? Why do I have to share everything with her? She gritted her teeth and waited for her anger to fade. Later that night, Chris sat straight up in bed. She had a bad dream. I was being chased, she remembered, her heart still pounding. Chased by what? By whom? She couldn't remember. She glanced around the shadowy room, waiting for her heartbeat to return to normal. The room felt hot and stuffy, even though the window was open and the curtains were fluttering. Lindy lay sound asleep on her side of the twin bed next to Chris's. She was snoring softly, her lips slightly parted, her long hair falling loose about her face. Chris glanced at the clock radio on the bedside between them. It was nearly 3 a.m. Even though she was now wide awake, the nightmare wouldn't completely fade away. She still felt uncomfortable, a little frightened, as if she were being chased by someone or something. The back of her neck felt hot and prickly. She turned and fluffed up her pillow, propping it higher onto the headboard. As she lay back on it, something caught her eye. Someone sitting in the chair in front of the bedroom window. Someone staring at her. After the sharp intake of breath, she realized it was Slappy. Yellow moonlight poured over him, making his staring eyes glow. He was sitting up in the chair, tilted to the right at a slight angle, one arm resting on the slender arm of the chair. His mouth locked in a wide, mocking grin. His eyes seemed to be staring at Chris. Chris stared back, studying the dummy's expression in the eerie moonlight. Yes, I get it. He's looking at you. My God. Twin beds are tiny. Yeah, I hate twin. Oh no, they're not sharing a twin bed. It looks like it there's 2 twin beds, and then they have like a nightstand in the middle of them, and then there's like a little clock radio. Sorry, I might have read that incorrectly. Or it's just explained weird. Contrary to their names, they cannot fit twins. It's a really funny observation, Thentress. Her foot got tangled. Oh. Then, without thinking, without even realizing what she was doing, she climbed silently out of bed. Her foot got tangled in the bedsheet and she nearly tripped. Kicking the sheet away, she made her way across the room to the window. Slappy stared up at her as her shadow fell over him. His grin seemed to grow wider as Chris leaned closer. He was excited. He thought he was about to get a kiss. A gust of wind made the soft curtains flutter against her face. Chris pushed them away and peered down at the dummy's painted head. She reached out a hand and rubbed his wooden hair, shining in the moonlight. His head felt warm, warmer than she imagined. She jerked her hand away. What was that sound? Had Slappy snickered? Had he laughed at her? No, of course not. Chris realized she was breathing hard. Why am I so freaked out by this stupid dummy, she thought. Because dolls or dummies and shit like that are creepy. They're inherently creepy. Like somebody said earlier in the chat that no dummy, I've never seen a dummy that I thought was, oh, that's adorable. Not saying they don't exist, but I have not seen one yet. In the bed behind her, Lindy made a gurgling sound and rolled onto her back. Is she having a stroke or something? A gurgling sound? Chris stared hard into Slappy's big eyes, gleaming in the light from the window. She waited for him to blink or to roll his eyes from side to side. She suddenly felt foolish. He's just a stupid wooden dummy, she told herself. She reached out and pushed him over. The stiff body swung to the side. The hard head made a soft clunk as it hit the wooden arm of the chair. Chris stared down. She's bullying a doll now. Oh, hello, Tales from Longbox. Hello. Oh, you're fine. I'm probably gonna. I'm only on chapter, I think, 4, or going into 5. So she's streaming about being a goldfish again. Chris stared down at him, feeling strangely satisfied, slightly knocking this dummy to the side, as if she'd somehow taught him a lesson. The curtains rustled against her face again. She pushed them away. Feeling sleepy, she started back to bed. She had only gone one step when Slappy reached up and grabbed her wrist. He's like, hey, bitch. Now it's chapter 5. Oh my god. Oh! As the hand tightened around her wrist, Chris cried out and spun around. To her surprise, Lindy was crouched beside her. Lindy had a tight grip on her wrist. Chris jerked her hand from Lindy's grasp. Moonlight through the window lit up Lindy's devilish grin. Gotcha again, she declared. You didn't scare me, Chris insisted, but her voice came out a trembling whisper. You jumped a mile, Lindy exclaimed gleefully. You really thought the dummy grabbed you. Did not, Chris replied. She hurried to her bed. What were you doing up anyway? Lindy demanded. Were you messing with Slappy? No, I had a bad dream, Chris told her. I just went to look at the window. Lindy snickered. You should have seen the look on your face. I'm going back to bed. Leave me alone, Chris snapped. She pulled the covers up to her chin. Lindy pushed the dummy back into a sitting position. Then she returned to her bed, still chuckling over the scare she had given her sister. Chris rearranged her pillows, then glanced across the room to the window. The dummy's face was half covered in shadow now, but the eyes glowed as if they were alive. They had stared into hers as if they were trying to tell her something. Why does he have to grin like that? Chris asked. He's painted that way! Oh my god, Goosebumps! It's such a great picture. Chris asked herself, trying to rub away the prickly feeling in the back of her neck. She pulled up the sheet, settling back in bed, and turned to her side, away from the staring eyes. But even with her back turned, she could feel them gazing at her. Even with her eyes closed and covers pulled up to her head, she could picture the shadowy, distorted grin, the unblinking eyes staring at her. Staring. She drifted into an uncomfortable sleep, drifted into another dark nightmare. Someone was chasing her. Someone very evil was chasing her. But who? Who could it be? You guys are going to be so surprised when it's revealed. Let me tell you, you won't see it coming a mile away. On Monday afternoon, Lindy and Chris both stayed after school to rehearse for the spring concert. It was nearly 5 when they arrived home, and they were surprised to see their dad's car in the driveway. "You're home so early!" Chris exclaimed, finding him in the kitchen, helping their mother prepare supper. "I'm leaving tomorrow for a sales conference in Portland," Mr. Powell explained. "Like every single dad in these stories, I'm almost always missing, or I leave, or I'm sick. I never stick around." Mr. Powell explained, peeling an onion over the sink with a small paring knife. "So I only worked half a day today." "What's for dinner?" Lindy asked. "Meatloaf," Mrs. Powell replied. "If your father ever gets the onion peeled." "There's a trick to not crying when you peel an onion," Mr. Powell said, tears rolling down his cheeks. "I wish I knew it." There was a way to do that. There was a trick to keep it from, like, fucking with your eyes, but I don't remember what it was. I haven't chopped onions in a long time. "How was chorus rehearsal?" Mrs. Powell asked, kneading a big ball of red ground beef in her hands. "Gross. Boring," Lindy complained, opening the refrigerator and taking a can of Coke. "Yeah, we were doing all these Russian and Yugoslavian songs," Chris said. "They're so sad. They're all about sheep or something. We really don't know what they're about. There's no translation." "Then how do you know it's about sheep or something? And how do you know they're sad?" Was Yugoslavia still a thing in the 90s? Yugoslavian songs and Russia and Yugoslavia. You know, they're all about sheep or something. I like that the way she's like, they're sad, but they're probably about, I don't know, stuff. Why are they having them sing songs in a different language but not telling them what it is that they're singing? There's no translate. Sorry, I'm stuck on it. It's gonna the trick is to get somebody else to peel it. Yeah, that's a good point. Why do they always have meatloaf? Actually, that's a good point. I think that this is like the third Goosebumps where they were having meatloaf. Maybe he was typing this shit when he was hungry, and he's like, "Oh man, meatloaf does sound kind of good. I'm gonna see if Mrs. R.L. Stein, or I don't even know if he was married, male or female." It was the 90s. There was a lot of meatloaf. I guess maybe it was just the go-to dinner. I feel like we did have it a couple times when I was a kid, but I don't really recall it. It just does not sound. It doesn't sound appetizing. Don't you usually have it with ketchup or some shit? Mr. Powell rushed to the sink and began splashing cold water on his red, runny eyes. "I thought you said not supposed to do that," he wailed. He tossed the half. "Do it with. Wait, quick. Pour milk in your eyes." Erlstein is like some kind of alien. "What do humans eat?" "Ah, yes, meatloaf. The loaf that is made of meat." The random background elements are the scariest part. Well, we have to get 14 chapters of nothing before something happens. "I can't take this," he wailed. He tossed the half-peeled onion back to his wife. "Crybaby," she muttered, shaking her head. Chris headed up the stairs to drop her backpack in her room. She tossed it onto the desk she shared with Lindy, then turned to go back downstairs. But something by the window caught her eye. Spinning around, she gasped. "Oh no!" The startled gasp escaped her lips. Chris raised her hands to her cheeks and stared in disbelief. Slappy was propped up in the chair in front of the window. Wasn't he already there? Staring in the front of the window, grinning at her with his unusually wide stare, and seated beside him was another dummy, also grinning at her, and they were holding hands. "What's going on here?" Chris cried aloud. "Hello, Zach." Man, this is a great story so far. Let's see what happened. They were gonna go to the park and walk their dog, but they didn't do either. They dug around a trash can. And the sister was gonna do a dummy skit, but didn't, because R.L. Stein's like, "I'm not gonna fucking write a comedy sketch with a dummy." We had all the time slathered in ketchup and always with my nemesis mashed potatoes. representation of the mundane. Oh yeah, that's a good point. It always seems to be like the most tasteless garbage that they have kids in this I almost said show, these books. God damn, why does everybody I know have a kidney stone? You had, like, 4 different people in the past month have told me they have kidney stones. I was like, how? How does that happen? And one of them had to have surgery because it just wouldn't break down. It's I guess maybe is it something, is it a summertime thing where you don't drink enough water, so it becomes that issue? Because holy shit. It just seems like every other day I'm hearing about somebody who has a kidney stone. Not me. I will fight that. I have so many. Although I drink so much Red Bull. They're contagious via thought. Oh no! Everyone stop thinking. Well, that's easy enough. We can just continue on reading this. Chapter 6. Who's talking so I know who? Do you like him? At first, Chris thought that Slappy had asked the question. She gaped in stunned disbelief. Well, what do you think of him? It took Chris a long moment to realize that the voice was coming from behind her. Wow, these kids are dumb. She turned to find her father standing in the doorway, still dabbing his eyes with a wet dishcloth. The new dummy? Chris stammered. He's for you, Mr. Powell said, stepping into the room, the wet towel pressed against... Come on, dude. This guy is overreacting. Unless he rubbed his eyes with... Oh, shit, sorry. With his onion hands, then he's being ridiculous. Really? Chris hurried over to the chair and picked up the new dummy to examine him. There's a tiny pawn shop on the corner across from my office, Mr. Powell said, lowering his towel. I was walking past, and believe it or not, this guy was in the window. He was cheap, too. I think the pawnbroker was glad to be rid of him. He's cute, Chris said, searching for the right word. He looks just like Lindy's dummy, except his hair is bright red, not brown. Probably made by the same company, Mr. Powell said. His clothes are better than Slappy's, Chris said, holding the dummy out at arm's length to get a good view. I hate that stupid suit on Lindy's dummy. The new dummy wore blue denim jeans and a green and red flannel shirt. Oh, he's a working man, dummy. And instead of a formal-looking shiny brown shoes, he had white high-top sneakers on his feet. So, do you like him? Mr. Powell asked. I love him! Chris smiled happily, crossing the room and gave her dad a hug. Then she picked up the dummy and ran out of the room, down the stairs and into the kitchen. Hey, everybody! Meet Mr. Wood! She declared happily, holding the grinning dummy up in front of her. Barky yapped excitedly, leaping up to nip at the dummy's sneakers. Chris pulled away the dummy. Hey! Lindy cried in surprise. Where'd you get that? From Daddy, Chris said, her grin wider than the dummy's. I'm going to start practicing with him after dinner. I'm going to be a better ventriloquist than you. Chris, Mrs. Powell scolded. Everything isn't a competition, you know. I already have a job with Slappy, Lindy said with a superior sneer. And you're just getting started. You're just a beginner. It's like, bitch, you've had Slappy for what, a week? Mr. Wood is so much better looking than Slappy, Chris said, mirroring her twin sister's sneer. Mr. Wood is cool looking. That gray suit on your dummy is the pits. Wow. The pits. Ed Wood. R.L. Stine breaking new grounds with this one, introducing Dummy Envy. Oh my god, Artie. You think that ratty old shirt is cool looking? Yeah, Lindy, my doll is a hipster. Your doll is pretentious, so there. Electrocutie. Oh, so maybe this is a working man, so he's probably gonna need to have an accent. On the upside, start my new werewolf movie series. Like in Lunacy. Lindy scoffed, making a disgusted face. Yuck, that old dummy probably has worms. You have worms, Chris exclaimed. Your dummy won't be funny, Lindy said nastily, because you don't have a sense of humor. Oh, yeah, Chris replied, tossing Mr. Wood over her shoulder. I must have a sense of humor. I put up with you, don't I? Copycat, copycat, Lindy cried. Oh my god, I would shove both these children outside. Like, nope, you're not doing this inside. I'm trying to make nasty ass meatloaf. Out of the oh, there it goes. Out of the kitchen, Mrs. Powell ordered with an impatient shriek. Get out! You two are impossible. The dummies have better personalities than either of you. Ooh, thanks, Mom, Chris said sarcastically. Call me for dinner, Lindy called back. I'm going upstairs to practice my act with Slappy for the birthday party on Saturday. It was the following afternoon, and Chris was sitting at the dressing table she shared with Lindy. Chris rummaged in the jewelry box and pulled out another string of brightly colored beads. She slipped them over her head and untangled them from the other 3 strands of beads she was wearing. Then she gazed at herself in the mirror, shaking her head to better see the long, dangly earrings. I love my junk jewelry collection, she thought, digging into the depths of the wooden jewelry box to see what other treasures she could pull out. Lindy had no interest in this stuff, but Chris could spend hours trying on the beads, fingering the dozens of little charms, running her fingers over the plastic bracelets, jangling the earrings. Her jewelry collection always cheered her up. That's kind of adorable, actually. She shook her head again, making the long earrings jangle. A knock on the door made her spin around. Hey, Chris, how's it going? Her friend Cody Matthews stepped into the room. He had straight white blonde hair and pale gray eyes and a slender, serious face. Cody always looked as if he were deep in thought. You ride your bike over? Chris asked, removing several strands of beads at once, tossing them into the jewelry box. No, I walked, Cody replied. Why'd you call? You just want to hang out? No, Chris jumped to her feet. She walked over to the chair by the window and grabbed Mr. Wood. I want to practice my act. Cody groaned. I'm the guinea pig. No, the audience, come on. She led him out to the big bent old maple tree in the middle of her backyard. The afternoon sun was just beginning to lower itself into the clear blue sky. She raised one foot against the tree trunk and propped Mr. Wood on her knee. Cody sprawled on his back in the shade. Tell me if this is funny, she instructed. Okay, shoot, Cody replied, narrowing his eyes in concentration. Chris turned Mr. Wood to face her. How are you today? She asked him. Pretty good. Knock, knock, she made the dummy say. She waited for Cody to laugh, but he didn't. Oh, sorry. Whoops, I read that wrong. I ruined the joke. I'm sorry. How are you today? She asked. Pretty good, knock wood, she made the dummy say. She waited for Cody to laugh, but he didn't. Was that funny? She asked. Kinda, he replied without enthusiasm. Keep going. Okay. Chris lowered her head so that she was face to face with the dummy. Mr. Wood, she said, why are you standing in front of the mirror with your eyes closed? Answered the dummy in a high-pitched, squeaky voice. I wanted to see what I look like when I'm asleep. Chris tilted the dummy's head back and made him look as if he were laughing. How about that joke? She asked Cody. Cody shrugged. Better, I guess. You're no help. Chris. Oh, whoa. You're no help, Chris screamed angrily. She lowered her arms, and Mr. Wood crumbled into her lap. You're supposed to tell me if it's funny or not. I guess not, Cody said thoughtfully. Chris groaned. I need some good joke books, she said. That's all. Just some good joke books, some really funny jokes, and then I'd be ready to perform because I'm a pretty good ventriloquist, right? I guess, Cody replied, pulling up a handful of grass and letting the moist green blades sift through his fingers. Well, I don't move my lips very much, do I? Chris demanded. Not too much, Cody allowed, but you don't really throw your voice. No one can throw their voice, Chris told them. It's just an illusion. You make people think you're throwing your voice. You don't really throw it. Oh, Cody said, pulling up another handful of grass. Chris tried out several more jokes. What do you think? She would ask Cody. I think I have to go home, Cody said. He tossed a handful of grass at her. Oh God, Cody speaks for the audience. Cody could not carry it. Yeah, seriously. I genuinely thought the character was waiting for a laugh before the punchline. That's what I thought too. I was like, he's not supposed to laugh. He's supposed to say, "Who's there?" These wet conditions make me pine for the day I was a tree. That is a good one. A material being spit. I hate these children. Yeah, I'm not very much a fan of that. The only one I am a fan of is Cody, because he's not dealing with their bullshit. Chris brushed the green blades off Mr. Wood's wooden head. She rubbed her hand gently over the dummy's painted red hair. "You're hurting Mr. Wood's feelings," she told Cody. Cody climbed to his feet. "Why do you want to mess with that thing anyway?" He asked, pushing his white blonde hair back off his forehead. "Because it's fun," Chris replied. "Is that the real reason?" Cody demanded. "Well, I guess I want to show Lindy that I'm better at it than her." "You two are so weird," Cody declared. "See you at school." He gave her a little wave, then turned and headed for his home down the block. Chris pulled down the blankets and climbed into... Oh, wow. Maybe... There's no break. It's literally the next sentence. Chris pulled down the blankets and climbed into bed, pale moonlight filtering in through the bedroom window. Yawning, she glanced at the clock radio. It was nearly 10. She could hear Lindy brushing her teeth in the bathroom across the hall. Why does Lindy always hum when she brushes her teeth? Chris wondered. How can one sister do so many annoying things? Cody's a smart man. He knows where to run. Aren't we supposed to want the protagonist to survive? Yeah, I can't recall a single protagonist that I really liked. I was like, this person's pretty funny, or this person, like, I just can remember them all being obnoxious. I was like, well, shit, was I this obnoxious when I was 10, or is this just the way that R.L. Stine writes kids? She gave Mr. Wood one last glance. He was propped in the chair in front of the window, his hands carefully placed on his lap, his white sneakers hanging over the chair edge. He looks like a real person, Chris thought sleepily. I'm gonna go check on some good joke books from the school library. I can be funnier than Lindy. I know I can. Well, that's just you stealing jokes to try to be funnier than Lindy. You're not funny. This might suddenly turn into a story about Cody. You know what? I was kind of hoping that it would turn into just what he's up to, because we're 6 chapters in and nothing's really happened. She settled back sleepily on her pillow. I'll be asleep as soon as we turn off the lights, she thought. A few seconds later, Lindy entered the room, wearing her night shirt and carrying Slappy under one arm. You asleep? She asked Chris. Isn't Chris looking up at the ceiling? Alright, whatever. Almost, Chris replied, yawning loudly. I've been studying for a math final all night. Where have you been? Over at Alice's, Lindy told her, setting Slappy down on the chair beside Mr. Wood. Some kids were over, and I practiced my act for them. They laughed so hard, I thought they'd split a gut. When Slappy and I did our routine, Alice spit her chocolate milk out of her nose. What a riot. Gross. At this point, I'd rather deal with what the father's doing on his business trip. Just go through his many adulterous things he does when he's out of town on his trip. That sounds more interesting to learn about than this shit. It was a riot. Everything's a riot. So I think I found what our common thing in this one is. Everything is a riot, and they blush a lot. Because I know we've noticed this every single book. There's always like these a couple different things that they use over and over again in the book. And I think that's what it is. Them blushing and them saying, it's a riot. That's nice, Chris said without enthusiasm. I guess you and Slappy are ready for Amy's birthday party on Saturday. Yeah, Lindy replied. She placed Slappy's arm around Mr. Wood's shoulder. They look so cute together, she said. Then she noticed the clothing neatly draped on over the desk chair. "What's that?" she asked Chris. Chris raised her head from the pillow to see what her sister was pointing at. "My outfit for tomorrow," she told her. "We're having a dress-up party for Mrs. Finch's class. It's a farewell party for Margot, you know, the student teacher." Lindy stared at the clothing. "Your Betsy Johnson skirt? Your silk blouse?" "We're supposed to get really dressed up," Chris said, yawning. "Can we go to sleep now? This conversation's really boring and adds nothing to the story." "Yeah, I suppose." Lindy made her way to her bed, sat down, and clicked off the bedside table lamp. "Are you getting any better with Mr. Wood?" she asked, climbing between the sheets. Chris was stung by the question. It was such an obvious put down. "Yeah, I'm getting really good. I did some stuff for Cody out in the backyard. Cody laughed so hard he couldn't breathe. Really, he was holding his sides. He said Mr. Wood and I should be on TV." "Really?" Lindy replied after a long moment's hesitation. "That's weird. I never thought Cody had much of a sense of humor. He's always so grim. I don't even think I've seen him laugh." "Well, he was laughing at Mr. Wood and me," Chris insisted, wishing she were a better liar. "Awesome," Lindy muttered. "Can't wait to see your act." "Neither can I," Chris thought glumly. A few seconds later, they were both asleep. Their mother's voice calling from downstairs woke them at 7 in the morning. Bright morning orange sunlight poured through the window. Chris could hear birds chirping happily in the old maple tree. "Rise and shine, rise and shine." Every morning Mrs. Powell shouted up the same words. Chris rubbed her sleep from her eyes, then stretched her arms high over her head. She glanced across the room, then uttered a quiet gasp. "Hey, what's going on?" She reached across Lindy's bed and shook her by the shoulder. "What's going on?" What's going on? "Huh?" Lindy, startled, sat straight up. "What's the joke? Where is he?" Chris demanded. "Huh?" Chris pointed to the chair across the room. Sitting straight up in the chair, Slappy grinned back at them, bathed in the morning light, but Mr. Wood was gone. Da, da, da. "I miss Cody." What a little liar. It worked for you. Yeah, no shit. I like them kind of, mostly because they're just a little over the top. Which ones are we talking about? Sorry, I gotta back up a little bit. Ooh. Does anyone like the live action Resident Evil movies? I sure don't. I sure don't like any of them. In fact, I remember watching the second one at a friend's house and leaving my friend's house so goddamn mad. I was just, it was one of the first movies I watched as a kid where I was like grinding my teeth because I was so mad at how bad the second, because they're like, "Oh, it's gonna have a Nemesis in it. Who doesn't want to see Nemesis on the big screen? Who doesn't want to see Jill on the big screen?" But they were both like kind of pushed over because the Mary Sue Alice had to be like front and center. It was so obnoxious. I hated it so much. Let me take another drink. I don't want to get that weird smacky sound when people are thirsty but they're talking. I'm sure you guys like the mouth noises. I don't like that. Oh, thank you for stopping in, Zach. I'm sorry you couldn't stick around. I know this is a little bit different. I'm actually thinking about possibly starting streams a little bit earlier on the weekend, either Friday or Saturday. I'm gonna do like one of both, just to see what works better with some people, because I know some can't make it during the stream because they're across the world, so they're gonna be asleep or they're gonna be at work. Lilu multipass. Yeah, I liked Fifth Element. Okay, it's a fun one. It has that that opera singer with the amazing range. I thought that woman was insanely talented. But yeah, I liked it for what it was. "Hey, have you seen my wife? This is my wife. I made this movie just to cast her in it." Yeah, no shit. I was like, Paula Anderson, if you were married to her when you did the Mortal Kombat movie, would she just be an OC character of yours and she would just beat everybody, and then like Scorpion and Sub-Zero would be like, "Oh my god, I wish I could marry her. She's so great. Everybody just so great." I'm trying to think of a stupid name for a character. A troll in Central Park. Oh my god, Lex. That. I completely forgot about that movie existing. The only thing I can say about that movie in a positive light was it was animated very well. It was very well animated. It was very pretty to look at. But Jesus, that movie was. I was like, you watch All Dogs Go to Heaven, and you watch Secret of Nim, and hell, even Thumbelina. I'll even give Thumbelina a pass because I loved that movie when I was little. Bluth is such a talented animator. He's so goddamn talented. And it just sucks that he only made and even, Anastasia. I'll give Anastasia a pass too. And I liked Titan AE. Like, he's had some decent ones. It's just, the bad ones really overshadow the decent and good ones, and it sucks. Her name would be Sarah Knuckles. That's the worst Mortal Kombat character name I think I've ever heard. Good job. Who was the troll again? I think it was Dom DeLuise. Wait, was it? I think so. I think it was Dom DeLuise. Because he was in Titan AE is one of my favorite childhood movies. I haven't seen it in a million years, but I do remember liking it when I did watch it. I just remember the CGI was kind of jarring because it was in that weird in-between of where you can totally tell the CGI apart from the hand-drawn stuff. Thumbelina was at least faithful to the source material. Yeah, that is a good point. Dragon's Lair is phenomenal. I remember before. Okay, so they are still making. I was just about to say Thanatos. I remember hearing that they were going to do a Dragon's Lair movie, and then like the whole COVID stuff happened, and then there was like nothing. Didn't hear anything after that, so I thought it was just quietly canceled. But if it's still animated, fine. I would love to see Dirk the Daring and Princess Daphne. God damn, Princess Daphne was hot. Wearing the little black outfit, the little shiny black outfit. Say what you will, but goddamn does Don Bluth know how to draw ladies. He does a great job with it. It was the flashbacks. All right, back to this. See, the story is so bad. We just get on another topic and talk for like 20 minutes. We're on chapter 7. All right, Mr. Wood has gone missing. That is our. Oh, it is Daphne. Okay, I thought so. I need to rewatch the playthrough. It's what, like a 10-minute long game once you know where to or what to press. Sir Guy of Man. I always wanted to see a knight character named Sir Guy from the Isle of Man who is nicknamed Sir Guy of Man. Not to say the guy in Titan did not look hot. That is true. I mean, he kind of looked like a little bit like Dimitri from Anastasia. But yeah, they made the guys pretty attractive. But damn, like when the girls were supposed to be hot, the girls were really fucking hot. You know? All right, back on what I was doing. Chapter 7. Chris blinked several times and pushed herself up in bed with both hands. Her left hand tingled. She must have been sleeping on it, she realized. What's wrong? Lindy asked, her voice fogged with sleep. Where's Mr. Wood? Chris demanded impatiently. Where did you put him? Put him? Lindy struggled to focus her eyes. She saw Slappy sitting stiffly on the chair across the room by himself. It's not funny, Chris snapped. She climbed out of bed and pulled down the hem of her nightshirt and made her way quickly to the chair in front of the window. Don't you ever get tired of playing stupid jokes? What? Jokes? Lindy lowered her feet to the floor. Chris bent down to search the floor under the chair. Then she moved to the foot of the bed and got down on her knees to search under both beds. Where is he, Lindy? She asked angrily on her knees at the foot of the bed. I don't think this is funny. I really don't. Well, neither do I, Lindy insisted, standing up and stretching. Chris climbed to her feet. Her eyes went wide as she spotted the missing dummy. Oh! Lindy followed her sister's startled gaze. Mr. Wood grinned at them from the doorway. He appeared to be standing, his skinny legs bent at an awkward angle. He was wearing Chris's dress-up clothes, the Betsy Johnson shirt and silk blouse. Her mouth opened wide in surprise. Chris made her way quickly to the doorway. She just caught Mr. Wood cross-dressing. There's nothing wrong with that, but you really should ask next time. Ask if you're going to use somebody else's clothing to play dress-up. He was voiced by Matt Damon. Oh, yeah, that's right. Space Dimitri. Yeah, I think that was... I think so. That's probably why I remember, because they had, like, similar haircuts. And honestly, I think Prince Cornelius from Thumbelina had a similar haircut to both of them, too. Where'd I go? She grabbed the dummy by the waist and pulled him away from the door. My blouse! It's all wrinkled! She cried, holding it so Lindy could see. She narrowed her eyes angrily at her sister. This is so obnoxious of you, Lindy. Me? Lindy shrieked. I swear, Chris, I didn't do it. I slept like a rock last night. I didn't move. I didn't get up until you woke me up. I didn't do it, really. Chris stared hard at her sister, then lowered her eyes to the dummy. In her blouse and skirt, Mr. Wood grinned up at her, as if enjoying her bewilderment. Well, Mr. Wood, Chris said aloud, I guess you put on my clothes and walked to the door all by yourself. Lindy started to say something, but their mother's voice from downstairs interrupted. Are you girls going to school today? Where are you? You're late. Coming, Chris called down, casting an angry glance at Lindy. She carefully set Mr. Wood down on his back on her bed and pulled her skirt and blouse off of him. She looked up to see Lindy make a mad dash across the hall to be the first in the bathroom. Sighing, Chris stared down at Mr. Wood. The dummy grinned up at her, a mischievous grin on his face. Well, what's going on? She asked the dummy. I didn't dress you up and move you, and Lindy swears she didn't do it. But if we didn't do it, who did? Well, oh no, wrinkled. Well, I was thinking the same thing. I was like, if you're too young to use the iron yourself, just ask your mom, or just toss it in the dryer on the de-wrinkle cycle, and there you go, like 15 minutes. Wood or Wanda, or Wood or Woulda. Like Glenn or Glenda. I remember that movie. Ed Wood was such an interesting fella. I bet Mr. Wood is gonna get whacked by Slappy. Well, this is kind of turning in this sort of like freaking Child's Play 2, where Chucky kills Tommy and then buries him in the backyard. Well, kills. It's not like the second doll was alive. That was the chapter, by the way. Like I said, sometimes they have a whole maybe paragraph for a single chapter. Glenn and Glenda, I haven't seen it in a million years, too. Maybe it's time I sat down and watched Ed Wood's very, very interesting movies again. Chapter 8. Tilt his head forward, Lindy instructed. That's it. If you bounce him up and down a little, it'll make it look like he's laughing. Chris obediently bounced Mr. Wood on her lap, making him laugh. Don't move his mouth so much, Lindy told her. I think you're both crazy, Lindy's friend Alice said. So what else is new? Cody joked. All four of them were sitting in the small patch of shade under the old bent maple tree in the Powell's backyard. It was a hot Saturday afternoon, and the sun was high in the pale blue sky, with streaks of yellow light filtering down through the shifting leaves above their heads. Barky sniffed busily around the yard, his little tail wagging nonstop. Chris sat on the folding chair, which leaned back to the gnarled tree trunk. She had Mr. Wood on her lap. Lindy and Alice stood at the edge of the shade, their hands crossed over their chest, watching Chris's performance with frowns of concentration on their faces. Alice was a tall, skinny girl with straight black hair down to her shoulders, a snub nose, and a pretty heart-shaped mouth. She was wearing white shorts and a bright blue mid-drift top. Cody was sprawled on his back in the grass, his hands behind his head, a long blade of grass between his teeth. Chris was trying to show off her ventriloquist skills, but Lindy kept interrupting with helpful suggestions. When she wasn't making suggestions, Lindy was nervously glancing at her watch. She didn't want to be late for her job at Amy's birthday party at 2 o'clock. I think you're way weird, Alice told Lindy. Hey, no way, Lindy replied. Slappy's a lot of fun, and I'm going to make a lot of money with him, and maybe I'll be a comedy star or something when I'm older. She glanced at her watch again. Well, everyone at school thinks the both of you are weird, Alice said, swatting a fly off her bare arm. Who cares, Lindy said sharply. They're all weird too. And so are you. Oh, and so are you, Chris made Mr. Wood say. I can see your lips move, Lindy told Chris. Chris rolled her eyes. Give me a break. You've been giving me a hard time all morning. I'm just trying to help you, Lindy said. You don't have to be so defensive, do you? Chris uttered an angry growl. Was that your stomach? Was that your stomach? She made Mr. Wood say. Cody laughed. At least one person thinks you're funny, Lindy said dryly. But if you want to do parties, you really should get some better jokes. Chris let the dummy slump in her lap. I can't find any good joke books, she said dejectedly. Where do you find your jokes? A superior sneer formed on Lindy's face. She tossed her long hair behind her shoulders. I make up my own... Oh, she did a hair flip! She did a hair flip. I make up my own jokes, hair flip, she replied snootily. You are a joke, Cody said. Ha ha, remind me to laugh later, Lindy said sarcastically. You just laughed then, right there. Thank you for saying it, Alice. So she like Betty Boop, I guess. Heart-shaped lip. Good for her. Very pointy. You are a joke, Cody said. Oh, blah, blah, blah. I can't believe you don't have your dummy out here, Alice told Lindy. I mean, don't you want to rehearse for the party? No need, Lindy replied. I've got my act down. I don't want to over-rehearse. Chris groaned loudly. Some of the other parents are staying at the birthday party to watch Slappy and me, Lindy continued, ignoring Chris's sarcasm. If the kids like me, their parents might hire me for their parties. Maybe you and Chris can do an act together, Alice suggested. That would be really awesome. You know what would really be really awesome if they got to the goddamn plot? Ugh. Yeah, what an act. Then there'll be 4 dummies, Cody joked. Alice was the only one to laugh. Lindy made a face at Cody. That might actually be fun, she said thoughtfully. Then she added, when Chris is ready, that is. Chris drew in her breath and prepared to make an angry reply, but before she could say anything, Lindy grabbed Mr. Wood from her hands. Let me give you a few pointers, Lindy said, putting one foot on Chris's folding chair, arranging Mr. Wood on her lap. You have to hold him up straighter like this. Hey, give him back, Chris demanded, reaching for her dummy. As she reached, Mr. Wood suddenly lowered his head until he stared down at her. You're a jerk, he rasped in Chris's face, speaking in a low, throaty growl. Chris pulled back in surprise. You're a stupid jerk, Mr. Wood repeated nastily in the same harsh growl. Lindy, stop it, Chris cried. Cody and Alice both stared in surprise. Stupid moron, get lost! Get lost, you stupid jerk! The dummy rasped in Chris's face. Whoa, Cody exclaimed. Make him stop, Chris screamed at her sister. I can't, Lindy cried in a trembling voice. Her face became pale, her eyes grew wide with fear. I can't make him stop, Chris. He's speaking for himself. Oh, it's so scary. It's a 2-page story in a big box full of foam peanuts. Yeah, no shit. It's a story loaf made of real story parts, chucked and formed. Yeah, it's a... Okay, so what has happened so far? They did not go to the park yet. We're still waiting to go to the park. They found a dummy in trash after they trespassed. Let's see. I guess that's a... Oh no, not the M word. Actually, I'm kind of surprised they did have moron in here. Usually I didn't really see that in a lot of kids' books. Then they played with the stupid dummy, and then the other one got jealous, and then she got a dummy, and she's bad at it, and now they're gonna do the party. Now they're being mean. You think the construction's still going on? I think all the tools and shit were stolen. That's what I think. Who the hell leaves all that stuff? I know I keep going back to it, but who the hell leaves expensive shit like that just laying around for anybody to take? Also kind of seems like it's a liability. Alright, we're at chapter 9. So much is going on so far. The dummy glared back at Chris, its grin ugly and evil. I can't make him stop. I'm not doing it, Lindy cried, tugging with all her might. She pulled Mr. Wood out of Chris's face. Cody and Alice flashed each other a bewildered glance. Frightened, Chris raised herself from the folding chair and backed up against the tree trunk. He's talking on his own? She stared hard at the grinning dummy. I think so. I'm all mixed up, Lindy declared, her cheeks bright pink. Barky yipped and jumped on Lindy's legs, trying to get her attention, but she kept her gaze on Chris's frightened face. This is a joke, right? Cody said hopefully. What's going on? Alice demanded, her arms crossed in front of her chest. Ignoring them, Lindy handed Mr. Wood back to Chris. Here, take him. He's yours. Maybe you can control him. But Lindy, Chris started to protest. Lindy glared at her watch. Oh no, the party! I'm late, so I guess we're just gonna move past the whole the doll is talking on its own thing. And I thought I missed stuff coming in late. Oh shoot, we did forget about the onion cutting scene. Damn, I feel bad I forgot about mentioning that part. Oh no, the party! I'm late! Shaking her head, she took off towards the house. Later, she called without looking back. But Lindy, Chris called. The kitchen door slammed shut behind Lindy. Holding Mr. Wood by the shoulder, Chris lowered her eyes to his face. He grinned up at her, a devilish grin, his eyes staring intently into hers. Chris swung easily, leaning back and raising her feet into the air. The chains squeaked with every swing. The old backyard swing set, half covered with rust, hadn't been used much in recent years. The early evening sun was lowering itself behind the house. The aroma of roasted chicken floated up from the kitchen window. Chris could hear her mother busy in the kitchen preparing dinner. Barky yapped beneath her. Chris dropped her feet to the ground and stopped the swing to avoid kicking him. Dumb dog! Don't you know you could get hurt? You don't call that adorable little dog dumb, alright? You named it Barky. It's allowed to do whatever it wants. It's just a minor possession. It doesn't overshadow the party. I know. It's gone for 2 minutes to take pills and I feel like I missed a lot. Don't let that feeling fool you. Yeah, that is another great point. They're just meandering. That's what the plot is doing. She looked up to see Lindy coming up the driveway, holding Slappy under her arm. From the smile on Lindy's face, Chris knew at once that the birthday party had been a triumph. But she had to ask anyway. How did it go? It was awesome, Lindy exclaimed. Slappy and I were great. Chris pulled herself off the swing and forced a smile to her face. That's nice, she offered. The kids thought we were a riot, Lindy continued. She pulled Slappy up. Didn't they, Slappy? They liked me, hated you, Slappy declared in Lindy's high-pitched voice. Chris forced a laugh. I'm glad it went okay, she said, trying hard to be a good sport. I did a sing-along with Slappy, and it went over really well. Then Slappy and I did our rap routine. It was a hit. We missed a ventriloquist dummy rapping. It's like 12-year-old white girl from suburbia and her ventriloquist dummy rapping, and we missed it. That I feel robbed, frankly, that we didn't get to watch this shit or read this shit. Lindy gushed. She's spreading it on a little thick, Chris thought bitterly. Chris couldn't help but feel jealous. The kids all lined up to talk to Slappy, Lindy continued. Didn't they, Slappy? Everyone loved me, she made the dummy say. Where's my share of the loot? So you got paid $20? Chris asked, kicking up a clump of weeds. $25, Lindy replied. Amy's mom said I was so good she paid me extra. Oh, and guess what else? You know Mrs. Evans, the woman who always wears the leopard skin pants? You know, Anna's mom? She asked me to do Anna's party next Sunday. She's gonna pay me $30. I'm gonna be rich. Wow, $30, Chris muttered, shaking her head. I get 20, you get 10, Lindy made Slappy say. I have to go tell Mom the good news, Lindy said. What have you been doing all afternoon? Well, after you left, I was pretty upset, Chris replied. You left me with a possessed doll I had to deal with. Chris replied, following Lindy to the house. You know, about Mr. Wood. I put him upstairs. Alice and Cody went home. Then Mom and I went to the mall. His tail wagging furiously, Barky ran right over their feet, nearly tripping them both. Barky, look out! Lindy yelled. Oh, I almost forgot, Chris said, stopping on the back stoop. Something good happened. Lindy stopped too. Something good? Yeah, I run into Mrs. Berman in the mall. Mrs. Berman was their music teacher and organizer in the spring concert. Thrilling, Lindy replied sarcastically. And Mrs. Berman asked if Mr. Wood and I wanted to be the master of ceremonies for the spring concert. I don't know what that means. Master of ceremonies? Chris smiled at her sister. Lindy swallowed hard. She asked you to host the concert? Yeah, I get to perform with Mr. Wood in front of everybody, Chris gushed happily. She saw a flash of jealousy on Lindy's face, which made her even happier. Lindy pulled open the screen door. Well, good luck, she said dryly. With that weird dummy of yours, you'll need it. These books remind me of playing a game that's all cutscenes and barely any gameplay. Oh my god. Meanwhile, Cody, Alice, and Barkley are investigating the OSHA violations at the construction site. I feel equal parts cheated and spared. Hear their cover of White and Nerdy. Oh, that is a really good point. They skipped the whole party. Things could have happened there. Well, yeah, that's why they didn't show it, because something would have possibly would have happened. Oop. No, I want to see how much. Okay, I just double checking to make sure how much. That's funny. I was about to say that already. He's basically Kojima. I was like, what is this, Metal Gear Solid 5? Or 4? Guns of the Patriot was the one that was hella. It was like every few feet you got to sit through a cutscene. It was a good game, don't get me wrong. It was just woo. Aww. Alright. Dinner was spent talking about Lindy's performance at Amy Marshall's birthday party. Lindy and Mrs. Powell chatted excitedly. Chris ate in silence. At first I thought the whole thing was strange, I have to admit, Mrs. Powell said, scooping ice cream into bowls for dessert. I just couldn't believe you'd be interested in ventriloquism, Lindy. But I guess you have a flair for it. I guess you have some talent. Your sister, on the other hand. Lindy beamed. Mrs. Powell normally wasn't big on compliments. Yeah, why compliment your children or take an interest in their interests, right? Like you watch the deleted scenes of a movie without actually knowing the actual movie. Yeah, it does kind of feel like that's just random shit. I found a book in the school library about ventriloquism, Lindy said. It had some pretty good tips in it. It even had a comedy routine to perform. She glanced at Chris. But I like making up my own jokes better. You should watch your sisters act, Mrs. Powell told Chris, handing her a bowl of ice cream. I mean, you could probably pick up some pointers for the concert at school. Maybe, Chris replied, trying to hide how annoyed she was. After dinner, Mr. Powell called from Portland. I thought that said Poland for a second. And they all talked to him. Lindy told him about her success with Slappy at the birthday party. Chris told him about being asked to host the concert with Mr. Wood. Her father promised he wouldn't schedule any road trips so that he could attend the concert. Well, I mean, is that really up to him, though? Because wouldn't that be, like, the company's whole deal? It's like when I was doing, like, a job I had, when you had to leave town, we had to leave town. We didn't get to be like, oh, I can't. Kind of had to do with what the company said. After watching a video their mother had rented at the mall, just a video, the two sisters went up to their rooms. It was a little after 11. God damn, these people go to bed late for going to school the next morning. But then again, I'm a grandma. I tend to sleep at like 8, 9 during the weekday. I just want to be well rested so I can go to a job I hate. Chris clicked on the light. Lindsay followed her in. They both glanced across the room to the chairs where they kept the two dummies and gasped. Oh no, Lindy cried, raising one hand to her wide open mouth. Earlier that night, the dummies had been placed side by side in a sitting position, but now Slappy was upside down, falling out of the chair, his head on the floor. His brown shoes had been pulled off his feet and tossed against the wall. His suit jacket had been pulled halfway down his arms, trapping his little hands behind his back. Were the dummies in the middle of like a hardcore makeout scene when the girls came in? They're like, ah! How often were you forced to lay down growing? No! I mean, when I was working, I had a job where I had to go out of town frequently. God, that feels like a million years ago too. And when they're like, "Hey, you're going," that's kind of when you had to go. I like this. I like the Metal Gear series. The Snake Eater song is the best. Look, Chris stammered, although her sister was already staring in horror at the scene. Mr. Wood, he's... Chris's voice caught in her throat. Mr. Wood was sprawled on top of... Oh, they were in the middle of a makeout scene when they heard the kids coming. They were like, just lay. His hands were wrapped around Slappy's throat as if he was strangling him. Wow. When you gotta go. The A video they were making. It's so, yeah, the song Snake Eater is so over the top, but I was like, I love this song. Yeah, they are. Choke me, Slappy. Yeah, I think the kids stumbled in on something they weren't supposed to see. All right. Chapter 10. I don't believe this, Chris managed to whisper. She turned and caught the frightened expression on Lindy's face. What's going on? Lindy cried. Both sisters hurried across the room. Chris grabbed Mr. Wood by the back of the neck and pulled him off the other dummy. She felt as if she were separating two fighting boys. Yes, two fighting boys. That's what they were doing. Knock next time. She held Mr. Wood up in front of her, examining him carefully, staring at his face as if half expecting him to talk to her. Then she lowered the dummy and tossed it face down onto her bed. Jesus. Her face was pale and taut with fear. Lindy stooped and picked up Slappy's brown shoes from the floor. She held them and studied them as if they would offer clue to what happened. Chris, did you do this? Lindy asked softly. What? Me? Chris reacted in surprise. I mean, I know you're jealous of Slappy and me. Lindy started. Whoa, wait a minute, Chris replied angrily. I didn't do this, Lindy. Don't accuse me. Lindy glared at her sister, staring at her face. Then her expression softened and she sighed. I just don't get it. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Look at Slappy. He's been nearly torn apart. Well, he was trying to get torn apart, but you guys interrupted him. I mean, even Ventroka's dummy's got to get dicked down sometimes. Give him a break. She set the shoes down on the chair and picked the dummy up gently, as if picking up a baby. Holding him in one hand, she struggled to pull his suit jacket up with the other. Chris heard her sister mutter something. It sounded like, your dummy is evil. What did you say? Chris demanded. Nothing, Lindy replied, still struggling with the jacket. I'm kind of scared about this, Lindy confessed, blushing, avoiding Chris's eyes. Why is she blushing? Me too, Chris admitted. Something weird's going on. I think we should tell Mom. Lindy buttoned the jacket, then she sat down on the bed with Slappy on her lap and started to replace the dummy's shoes. Yeah, I guess we should, she replied. It's just so creepy. Their mother was in bed reading a Stephen King novel. A much better novel where stuff actually fucking happens. Her bedroom was dark except for the tiny reading lamp on her headboard that threw down a narrow triangle of yellow light. Mrs. Powell uttered a short cry as her two daughters appeared out of the shadows. Oh, you startled me. This is such a scary book. I think I was just and I think I was just about to fall asleep. What? The book is super scary, but you're like, oh my god, this book is so scary. Oh, I'm tired though. Can we talk to you? Chris asked eagerly in a low whisper. Something weird is going on, Lindy added. Mrs. Powell yawned and closed her book. What's wrong? It's about Mr. Wood, Chris said. He's been doing a lot of strange things. What? Mrs. Powell opened her eyes wide. She looked pale and tired under the harsh light from the reading lamp. He was strangling Slappy, Lindy reported, and this afternoon he said some really gross things and... Stop, Mrs. Powell ordered, raising one hand. Just stop. But Mom, Chris started. Give me a break, girls, their mother said wearily. I'm tired of your silly competitions. You don't understand, Lindy interrupted. Yes, I do understand, Mrs. Powell said sharply. You two are even competing about those ventriloquist dummies. Mom, please. I want it to stop right now, Mrs. Powell insisted, tossing the book onto her bedside table. I mean it. I don't want to hear another word from you two about those dummies. If you two have problems, settle it between yourselves. Never mention a good book in the middle of your crappy book. Yeah, it's a really good rule to go on. Giggity. Of course she's blushing. You saw what they walked in on. You know what? Good point. Very good point. Mom, listen, and if you can't settle it, I'll take the dummies away. Both of them. I'm serious. Mrs. Powell reached above her head and clicked off the reading light, throwing the room in darkness. Good night, she said. The girls had no choice but to leave the room. They slunk down the hallway in silence. And that's another thing I've noticed in these movies. Is like the parents seem to fucking hate their kids. I mean, we hate them too, but I think the parents are supposed to love the kids. At least I'm pretty sure that's how it's supposed to go in these books. Chris hesitated at the doorway of their bedroom. She expected to find Mr. Wood strangling Slappy again. They're like, okay, let's try this again. A lot quicker this time. She breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the two dummies on the bed where they had been left. But this time, all of their clothes were gone. Mom wasn't too helpful, Lindy said dryly, rolling her eyes. She picked up Slappy and started to arrange him in the chair in front of the window. I think she was asleep and we woke her up, Chris replied. She picked up Mr. Wood and started toward the chair with him, then stopped. You know what? I think I'm going to put him in the closet tonight, she said thoughtfully. Good idea, Lindy said, climbing into bed. Chris glanced down at the dummy, half expecting him to react, to complain, and to start calling her names. But Mr. Wood grinned up at her, his painted eyes dull and lifeless. Chris felt a chill of fear. I'm becoming afraid of a stupid ventriloquist dummy, she thought. I'm shutting him up in the closet because I'm afraid. She carried Mr. Wood to the closet, then, with a groan, she raised him high above her head and slid him onto the top shelf. Carefully closing the closet door, listening for the click, she made her way to her bed. She slept fitfully, tossing on top of the covers, her sleep filled with disturbing dreams. She awoke to find her nightshirt completely twisted, cutting off circulation to her right arm. She struggled to straighten it, then fell back to sleep. She woke early, drenched in sweat. The sky was still dawn gray outside the window. The room felt hot and stuffy. She sat up slowly. Do they not have air conditioning in this goddamn house? So now I live in dummy as a romance? The closet? They just came out. That's a good point. No, don't put them back in the closet. 50 Shades of Oak. That's a good one, too. She sat up slowly, feeling weary, as if she hadn't slept at all. Blinking away the sleep, her eyes focused on the chair in front of the window. There sat Slappy, exactly where Lindy had placed him. And beside him sat Mr. Wood, his arms around Slappy's shoulders, grinning triumphantly at Chris, as if he had just pulled off a wonderful joke. Well, yeah, they finally got around to banging while you two were asleep. That's why it's so hot and stuffy in there. Maybe it's Europe? I don't know. This seems very American. Mother takes the dummies away. Family sits down to have meatloaf together. Time goes by. They forget about the dummy. Life moves on. The end. given how quickly a lot of kids would move on from interests, I'm surprised they're still at it. I kind of feel that if it was me, I'd be like, I'm done now. All right, chapter 11. Oh shit, sorry. Now, Mr. Wood, do you go to school? Of course I do. You think I'm a dummy? And what's your favorite class? Wood shop, of course. Why would it be wood shop? Unless he's a serial killer. Because wouldn't that be the equivalent of going to like a butcher place that has like human arms and legs and shit? Just slapping Mr. Wood in a can of wood seal. Oh my god. Can you get a quick recap? Sure, crewman. Nothing has happened in this entire fucking book. We're on chapter 11. We just started it. Two girls that are twins and hate each other and are annoying go next door and trespass in a newly built house and then dig through the dumpster where one finds a dummy, or a ventriloquist dummy, and then they don't go to a park like they were supposed to. They don't walk the dog like they were supposed to. They have meatloaf. The other one gets jealous because she's good with Slappy the ventriloquist dummy because she named it the dumbest thing ever. So she begs her parents to get her one. She eventually gets one. Then they sit outside, and then one of them goes to perform at a kids show and do a rap thing that we didn't even get to see. And then more meatloaf, some ice cream. They sleep. The two dummies get caught in the middle of totally about to bang. And now one of the girls is practicing with the other dummy. So wood shop is the equivalent of Frankenstein's lab. Oh, okay. Mr. Wood sits in a house and doesn't know if the house is made of him or... Oh my god! He doesn't know if he's made of a house. He screams. It didn't even click that there's wood beams and shit in the houses. It's like having a human bones and shit in our walls. God. Psycho killer. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Sorry, crewman. That is really all that's happened. Like, you can't even... Because it quite literally seemed like that's what the two dummies were doing, because one of them had his clothes nearly off. Like, they were... Like in the movies where they come home and they're, like, taking their clothes off to make out and shit. We do have ACs, but because our windows are weird, we can only get those you put in the room that makes the room stuffy for... Oh, that sucks. So you can't get, like, one of the window ones that you see in some places? It really sounds like a standard. It really is. It really is super standard so far. All right. Okay, so back to woodshop, of course. What project are you building in woodshop, Mr. Wood? I'm building a girl dummy. What else? Ha ha ha. He's building a beard is what he's building. We already know that you and Slappy are a thing. You don't need to Brokeback Mountain it. You already caught... You know, you came back out. You were shoved in the closet. You came back out. You don't need to be making a girl, all right? We already know, Mr. Wood. Your name is Mr. Wood, for fuck's sake. No. What else? Haha. Think I want to spend the rest of my life on your lap? Implying that he wants to sit on a girl's dummy lap instead? Chris sat in front of the dressing room mirror with Mr. Wood on her lap, studying herself as she practiced her routine for the school concert. Mr. Wood had been well behaved for 2 days. No frightening, mysterious incidents. It's only mysterious if you don't know who gay couples are. Chris was beginning to feel better. Maybe everything would be okay from now on. She leaned close to the mirror, watching her lips as she made the dummy talk. The B's and the M's were impossible to pronounce without moving her lips. She just had to avoid those sounds as best she could. I'm getting better at switching to Mr. Wood's voice back to mine, she thought happily. But I've got to switch faster. The faster he and I talk, the funnier it is. Let's try it again, Mr. Wood, she said, pulling her chair closer to the mirror. Work, 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 she made the dummy grumble. Before she could begin the routine, Lindy came rushing breathlessly into the room. Chris watched her sister in the mirror as she came up behind her with her long hair flying loosely over her shoulders, an excited smile on her face. Guess what? Lindy asked. Chris started to reply, but Lindy didn't give her a chance. Mrs. Petrie was at Amy Marshall's birthday party. He gushed excitedly. She works for Channel 3, you know, the TV station, and she thinks I'm good enough to go on the talent search, the show that they have every week. Huh? Really? Was all Chris could manage to say in reply. Lindy leaped excitedly in the air and cheered. Slappy and I are going to be on TV, she cried. Isn't that fabulous? Staring at her sister's jubilant reflection in the mirror, Chris felt a stab of jealousy. I've got to go tell Mom, Lindy declared. Hey, Mom, I'm superior now. I'm the superior twin. Avert your eyes, children, from the gay Muppets. Artie. I'm never gonna... Ronan. It's on Rule 34 anyway. Yeah, pretty much. Well, Bert and Ernie... Oh, yeah. Bert and Ernie walked so Slappy and Mr. Wood could run. She ran from the room. Chris heard her shouting all the way down the stairs. Ah! Chris couldn't hold it in. She uttered an angry cry. Why does everything good happen to Lindy? She screamed out loud. I'm hosting a stupid concert for maybe 100 people, and she's going to be on TV where maybe like 150 people are going to watch. I'm just as good as she is, maybe better. In a rage, she raised Mr. Wood high over her head and slammed him on the floor. God damn, slammed him on the floor. The dummy's head made a loud clonk as it hit the hardwood floor. The wide mouth flew open as if about to scream. Well, yeah, you just assaulted him. Oh, Chris struggled to regain her composure. Mr. Wood crumbled at her feet, stared up at her accusingly. Chris lifted him up and cradled the dummy against her. There, Mr. Wood, she whispered soothingly. Did I hurt you? Did I? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. The dummy continued to stare up at her. His painted grin hadn't changed, but his eyes seemed cold and unforgiving. Well, yeah. That would normally kill some people, lady. Artie. The other talents must be terrible. Oh, God, the worst. So this is what set Slappy off, attacking Mr. Wood. It was a still night. No breeze. The curtain in front of the open bedroom window didn't flutter at all. Pale silver moonlight filtered in, creating a long purple shadow that appeared to creep across the girl's bedroom. Lindy had been sleeping fitfully, a light sleep filled with busy, colorful dreams. She was startled awake by a sound, a gentle thud. She raised her head from the damp pillow and turned. Someone was moving in the darkness. The sounds she heard were footsteps. Hey, she whispered, wide awake now. Who is it? The figure turned in the doorway, a shadow against even the blacker windows. It's only me, came her whispered reply. Chris? Chris? Yeah, something woke me up. My throat is sore, Chris whispered from the doorway. I'm going down to the kitchen for a glass of water. She disappeared into the shadows. Her head still raised up off the pillow, Lindy listened to the footsteps padding down the stairs. When the sounds faded, Lindy shut her eyes and lowered her head to the pillow. A few seconds later, she heard Chris's scream of horror. Oh, what could it possibly be? Most of this has nothing to do with the fact that the dummies are cursed or whatever. And they're kind of just like brushing off the fact that these things appear to be sentient, like, or moving around. And goddamn, real bold of Chris to assault one of them when they know that they can talk and move on their own. Chris! Chapter 12. Her heart pounding, Lindy struggled out of bed. The sheets tangled around her legs and she nearly fell. These two kids cannot get out of their bed without this shit getting tangled around them. What? Chris's blood-curdling scream echoed in her ear. She practically leaped down the dark hallway. Her mother did not even bother. She's like, you kids deal with whatever intruder is happening. Hopefully I can go back to being childless or child-free. Her bare feet thudding hard on the thin carpet of the steps. It was dark downstairs except for a thin sliver of yellow light from the kitchen. Chris, are you okay? Lindy called, her voice sounding small and frightened in the dark hallway. Chris! Lindy stopped at the kitchen doorway. What was that eerie light? It took her a while to focus. Then she realized she was staring at the dim yellow light from inside the refrigerator. The refrigerator door was wide open, and it was empty. What? Ah! No food! This is the worst thing ever! She can't possibly have screamed because Mom forgot to go grocery shopping. What's going on here? She took a step in the kitchen, then another. Something cold and wet surrounded her foot. Lindy gasped and looked down when she saw that she had stepped into a wide puddle. An overturned milk carton beside her foot revealed that the puddle was spilled milk. She raised her eyes to Chris, who was standing in darkness across the room, her back against the wall, her hands raised to her face in horror. Chris, what on earth? The scene was coming into focus now. It was all so weird, so wrong. It was taking Lindy a long time to see the whole picture. But now, following Chris's horrified stare, Lindy saw the mess on the floor and realized why the refrigerator was empty. Everything inside of it had been pulled out and dumped on the kitchen floor. An orange juice bottle lay on its side in a puddle of orange juice. Eggs were scattered everywhere. Fruits and vegetables. Wow, the dummies got real into it, didn't they? They're into that food business. They rolled around in it is what they did. Fruits and vegetables were strewn over the floor. Throw away any of the ones that are circle. Like, get rid of all the carrots, the cucumbers, just anything, just to be safe. You don't know. Oh! Lindy moaned in utter disbelief. Everything seemed to sparkle and gleam. What's all that shiny stuff among the food? Chris's jewelry! There were earrings and bracelets and strands of beads tossed everywhere, mixed with the spilled, strewn food like some kind of bizarre salad. Oh no! Lindy shrieked as her eyes came to rest on the figure on the floor. I was joking! But they're... these puppets, man. Mr. Wood didn't clean up after itself. These fucking amateurs, man. Sitting upright in the middle of the mess was Mr. Wood, grinning gleefully at her. Oh! Slappy left him. He's like, no, you're the one that's in trouble. This is scary. Sitting upright in the middle of the mess with Mr. Wood, grinning gleefully at her. He had several strands of beads around his neck, long dangling earrings hanging from his ears, and a platter of leftover chicken on his lap. I mean, if you're hungry... There's a salad, all right. Pretty terrifying considering how expensive groceries are these days. You know what? Good point. Good point. I don't know how expensive they were in the 90s. When was this? Like early 90s? Maybe it was a little bit easier back then. But yeah, that's how terrifying. So once again, we have a cross-dressing dummy who's in a secret relationship with another dummy that his owner is trying to force a hetero relationship on him, and he just doesn't know what to do with himself. It just seems like he's having a breakdown because nobody except Slappy understands him, but they have to secretly like be together. This is really sad. This is such a sad story wrapped up in this child's horror book. That's the real horror. Not letting people be themselves. Just let them love, man. Just let them love. Now I feel sad for Slappy and Mr. Wood. I would love... I hope they run away together. I hope they open up a bed and breakfast somewhere in California. Tragic romance novel in disguise. I hope they just live somewhere and they're just happy. And you can cross-dress and be happy in his blouses. And I don't know what Slappy's deal is. I was trying to think of if there was anything, or maybe he's the one that's into the food shit. And he's like, we gotta split up. So it's just you who totally did this. I gotta go clean up my gray shirt. Or it was a double breast. That's what it is. Slappy he's very dapper. Slappy is a dapper gentleman. So we got the dapper gentleman that likes the food makeout shit. And what will they call Artie, what would they call that bed and breakfast? Morning Wood? I mean, I would, but I mean, I would stay at a bed and breakfast called Morning Wood. It'd be fun, at least for the story. Chapter 13. Hopefully they'll end up together. That's what I'm hoping. It'll be at least a happy ending for us. Like, we deserve these two dummies to run away together and be happy. Chapter 13. Chris, are you okay? Lindy cried, turning her eyes away from the grinning jewelry-covered dummy. Chris didn't seem to hear her. Are you okay? Lindy repeated the question. That's another thing, to keep saying what's going on. What's going on? Chris stammered, her back pressed against the wall, her expression taut with terror. Who did this? Did Mr. Wood? Lindy started to reply, but their mother's howl of surprise from the doorway cut off her words. Mom! Lindy cried, spinning around. Mrs. Powell clicked on the ceiling light. The kitchen seemed to flare up. All three of them blinked, struggling to adjust to the sudden brightness. What on earth? Mrs. Powell cried. She started to call her husband, but remembered he wasn't home. I don't believe this. Barky came bounding into the room, his tail wagging. He lowered his head and started to lick up some of the spilled milk. I'm actually kind of surprised the dog didn't go, like, running right what's going on or right. I'm kind of surprised they didn't, like, the way dogs are, it didn't, like, run through the mess and then just did that little back thing that dogs like to do. Like, great, now we got a ketchup, mayonnaise, milk, juice-covered dog we gotta deal with on top of this. Out you go, Mrs. Powell said sternly. She picked up the dog, carried him out, and closed the kitchen door. Then she strode into the center of the room, shaking her head, her bare feet narrowly missing the puddle of milk. I came down for a drink and I found this mess, Chris said in a trembling voice. The food, my jewelry, everything. Mr. Wood did it, Lindy accused. Look at him. Stop it! Stop it! Mrs. Powell screamed. I've had enough! Mrs. Powell is going to strangle these two kids in their sleep. That's what, or she's gonna do that thing that some mothers do and just fill up the bathtub and take turns and drown them and then just put them back to bed, and then she can go back to her Stephen King novels, and then our two dummy lovers can run away together, and then happy ending. Rename Barky to something more. Oh, that's true. You know what? The dummy should take Barky with him. Or with them, and name him something far more dignified, because Barky sounds like an adorable dog, and he doesn't deserve this awful family with nothing but people screaming at each other. Mrs. Powell surveyed the mess, frowning and tugging at the strands of blonde hair. Her eyes stopped on Mr. Wood, and she uttered a groan of disgust. I knew it, she said in a low voice, raising her eyes accusingly to the two girls. I knew this had something to do with those ventriloquist dummies. Mr. Wood did it, Mom, Chris said heatedly, stepping away from the wall, her hands tensed into fists. I know it sounds dumb, but stop it, Mrs. Powell ordered, narrowing her eyes. This is just sick. That's Bartholomew. That's a great one. Does Slappy actually harm anyone, or is this just supposed to be spooky because it's alive? I don't know, but Bartholomew is a great name. She says it's sick. It's not like they cut open the dog and like put its remains everywhere. It's just food and like drinks on the floor. I wouldn't call that sick. It's I don't. Mom, I think, is just pulling her hair out of her head at this point. She stared hard at the jeweled dummy, who grinned up at her from over the big platter of chicken. I'm going to take the dummies away from you both, Mrs. Powell said, turning back to Lindy and Chris. This whole thing has just gotten out of control. No, Chris cried. That's not fair, Lindy declared. I'm sorry, but they have to be put away, Mrs. Powell said firmly. She let her eyes move over the cluttered floor and let out another sigh. Look at my kitchen. There she go. Boy, have you missed an interesting... She's having a full... Oh, yeah, she totally is. How far it's going to be before she starts yelling about wire hangers. Hannibal Barca is pretty good, too. No wooden dummies! But I didn't do anything, Lindy screamed. And I need Mr. Wood for the spring concert, Chris protested. Everyone is counting on me, Mom. Mrs. Powell glanced over from one to the other. Her eyes stayed on Chris. That's your dummy on the floor, right? Yeah, Chris told her. But I didn't do this, I swear. You both swear you didn't do it, right? Mrs. Powell said, suddenly looking very tired under the harsh ceiling light. Yes, Lindy answered. Then you both lose your dummies. I'm sorry, Mrs. Powell said. One of you is lying, and I really can't believe this. So you're going to punish them both because you can't figure out who's lying? A heavy silence blanketed the room as all three Powells stared down in dismay at the mess on the floor. Chris was the first to speak. Mom, what if Lindy and I cleaned everything up? Lindy caught on quickly, her face brightened. Yeah, what if we put everything back? What are you gonna scoop the milk and the juice from the floor and just put it back in the container somehow? Was it a good story? Oh no, we're still, I think what am I on? Chapter 10? Depending, this story is bad. The story that we've come up with is great. That's the one, yeah, the gay puppet love scene. See, we've come up with a much better story. This one is boring. But you gotta read between the lines. Make the kitchen just normal. Make it spotless. Can we keep our dummies? Mrs. Powell shook her head. No, I don't think so. Look at this mess. All the vegetables are spoiled. And the milk. We'll replace it all, Chris said quickly, with our allowance. We'll clean up perfectly. Please, if we do that, give us one more chance. Mrs. Powell twisted her face in concentration, debating with herself. She stared at her daughter's eager faces. Okay, she replied finally. I want the kitchen spotless when I come down in the morning. All the food, all the jewelry, everything back where it goes. Okay, both girls said in unison. And I don't want to see either of those dummies down here in my kitchen again, Mrs. Powell demanded. If you can do that, I'll give you one last chance. Great, both girls cried at once. And I don't want to hear any more arguments about those dummies, Mrs. Powell continued. No more fights, no more competing, no more blaming everything on the dummies. I don't want to hear anything about them, ever. You won't, Chris promised, glancing at her sister. Thanks, Mom, Lindy said. You go to bed. We'll clean up. Isn't it like 3 in the morning? These kids are going to stay up all night. In a way. The vegetables are spoiled from laying on the ground. That's what I was saying. That's what I was thinking. They're spoiled because they touched the floor. Ew, how dirty is this floor that it's spoiled vegetables just by touching them? And she backs down almost instantly. She sure did. Well, mom probably just wants to get back to reading her better novel instead of the one that she's in. This was a spicy Goosebumps story. Slappy versus Cthulhu. Hello, Renegade. Not another word, Mrs. Powell reminded them. Right, Mom, the twins agreed. Their mother disappeared towards her room. They began to clean up. Chris pulled a large garbage bag from the drawer and held it open while Lindy tossed the empty cartons and spoiled food in. Chris carefully collected her jewelry and carried it upstairs. You gotta wash those first, right? In order to make the book more interesting, anything goes. Yep. Neither girl spoke. They worked in silence, picking up, scrubbing, and mopping until the kitchen was clean. Lindy closed the refrigerator door and yawned loudly. Chris inspected the floor on her hands and knees, making sure it was spotless. Then she picked up Mr. Wood. He grinned back at her as if it was all a big joke. This dummy's been nothing but trouble, Chris thought. Nothing but trouble. She followed Lindy out of the kitchen, clicking off the light as she left. The two girls climbed the stairs silently. Neither of them had spoken a word. Oh, shit. I think I know what's going to happen. Are they going to wake up and it's back to being all messed up? Pale moonlight filtered into the room through the open window. The air felt hot and steamy. Well, it will be once the two dummies get close to each other again. Chris glanced at the clock. It was a little past 3 in the morning. Slappy sat slumped in the chair in front of the window, moonlight shining on his grinning face. Lindy, yawning, climbed into bed and pushed down the blanket and pulled up the sheet. She turned her face away from her sister. Chris lowered Mr. Wood from her shoulder. You're nothing but trouble, she thought angrily, holding him to the front of her and staring at his grinning face. So much filtered light. I know. Like I said, he finds a handful of things. This is the 3rd time we've heard Pale Moonlight. I gotta start having like a little ticking thing on screen over here somewhere where every time we get like a same thing, oop, just see how, what sentence, what descriptive sentence we get the most. She thought angrily, holding him in front of her and staring at his grinning face. Nothing but trouble. Mr. Wood's wide, leering grin seemed to mock her. A chill of fear mixed with her anger. I'm beginning to hate this dummy, she thought. Fear and hate him. Angrily, she pulled open the closet. No, don't put him back in the closet! Why does she keep trying to repress this poor guy? No, keep it as sloppy. It's more... She slammed the closet door shut. Her heart thudding, she climbed into the bed and pulled up the covers. She suddenly felt very tired. Her entire body ached from weariness. She buried her face in the pillow and shut her eyes. She had just about to fall asleep when she heard a tiny voice. Let me out! Let me out of here! It cried. A muffled voice coming from inside the closet. Don't put me back in the closet. It's so terrible. Why would you do that to him? He's acting out because you keep trying to make him into something he's not. Just let them be together. Keeping them apart only causes him to... That's a really good point, Roman. Every time they keep them apart. They're like, oh, we got to move them around. And then, you see? And then you guys leave for the day, and they quite literally attack each other in a clumsy, lust-filled moment. And then you walk in on it. They didn't get very far. Slappy versus homophobia. That's a good one. That's a good one, Disturbed. Chapter 14. Let me out! Let me out! The high-pitched voice called angrily. Chris sat up with a jolt. Her entire body convulsed in a shudder of fear. Her eyes darted on the other bed. Lindy hadn't moved. Did you hear it? Chris stammered. Hear what? Lindy said sleepily. The voice. In the closet. What? Lindy asked sleepily. What are you talking about? It's 3 a.m. Can't we get some sleep? You know, let's just keep ignoring the fact that these goddamn ventriloquist dummies can talk, can move, can, like, do shit. But I'm tired. You know what, Lindy? I kind of get it. But Lindy... Chris lowered her feet to the floor. Her heart was thudding in her chest. Wake up, listen to me. Mr. Wood was calling to me. He was talking. Lindy raised her head and listened. I don't hear anything, Chris. Maybe you were daydreaming. Didn't you get freaked out because he was talking without you doing anything earlier, Lindy? And now you're super dismissive? And didn't you guys just spend like hours cleaning downstairs after Mr. Wood did whatever the hell... Slappy whispering to Mr. Wood, lie to me. God damn it, Thanatos. No! Ooh. No, Chris. Feeling herself lose control. It wasn't a dream. I'm so scared, Lindy. I'm just so scared. Hold on, where's my... There it is, okay. Suddenly, Chris was trembling all over, and hot tears were pouring down her cheeks. Something horrible is going on here, Lindy, she stammered through her tears. And I know who's doing it, Lindy whispered, leaning over her twin, putting a comforting hand on her quivering shoulder. I know who's been doing it all, Lindy whispered. I know who it is. Who? Chris asked breathlessly. Chapter 15. We have 10 chapters to go after this. I mean, at least we're getting some good out of the story. Who? Chris repeated, letting the tears run down her cheeks. I have, Lindy said, her smile spread into a grin almost as wide as Slappy's. I have? What? Wait, what? Oh, I don't understand. What did you say? I said I've been doing it, Lindy repeated, Me, Lindy. It was all a joke, Chris. I got you again. She nodded as if she was confirming her. Wait, what? What? Lindy gaped at her twin sister in belief. It was all a joke? Lindy kept nodding. You moved Mr. Wood during the night. You dressed him in my clothes. You made him say those gross things to me. You put him in the kitchen. You made that horrible mess. Wow. So Lindy's just a psychopath at this point. And way to break our dreams that all of us were having here, that we were gonna see the gay puppets going to California and opening a bed and breakfast. Now we don't get. Yeah, boo. Yeah. we don't get the Morningwood bed and breakfast now. This is bullshit. Scared you, didn't I? Chris balled her hands into angry fists. But why? For fun, Lindy replied. God damn, she is a little psycho. Dropping back onto her bed, still grinning. I wanted to see if I could scare you, Lindy explained. It was just a joke, you know. I can't believe you fell for that voice in the closet just now. I must be a great ventriloquist. But Lindy, you really believed Mr. Wood was alive or something? Lindy said, laughing, enjoying her victory. You're such a nit. Nit? Half a nitwit. Lindy burst into wild laughter. This isn't funny, Chris said softly. I know, Lindy replied. It's a riot. You should have seen the look on your face when you saw Mr. Wood downstairs in your precious beads and earrings. How'd you ever think of such a mean joke? Chris demanded. It just came to me, Lindy answered with some pride. When you got your dummy. You didn't want me to get a dummy, Chris said thoughtfully. You're right, Lindy quickly agreed. I wanted something that would be mine for a change. I'm so tired of you being a copycat, so I did all this weird shit instead of, talking to it. I'm all for enslaving the human race, but I draw the line at homophobia. Slappy the dummy 2025. Ow. What if the sister is actually a puppet? Oh! Unless, Slappy is switching, or maybe it's Mr. Wood. Maybe we're misunderstanding Mr. Wood this whole time. I thought this was... So you thought of this mean joke? Well, it would have been multiple jokes. Lindy nodded. Chris strode angrily to the window and pressed her forehead against the glass. I can't believe I was so stupid. Neither can I. Oh shit, that's what Lindy says. Neither can I, Lindy agreed, grinning again. You really made me start thinking that Mr. Wood was alive or something, Chris said, staring out the window to the backyard. You really made me afraid of him. Aren't I brilliant? Lindy proclaimed. Chris turned to face her sister. I'm never speaking to you again, she said angrily. It was just a joke, Lindy shrugged. It's 3 in the morning while they're having this goddamn conversation, by the way. It's probably just the mom gaslighting her stupid kids to get them admitted. I mean, she's very clear. She very clearly hates these 2 kids. She doesn't really say anything very nice or supportive to her. The girl really puts it all on the line, I guess. That's actually a really good point. She was really close to losing her fucking puppet. And then, and then what? After, you're not gonna be able to make your $30 next week or whatever. No, Chris insisted. It was too mean to be just a joke. I'm never speaking to you again. Never. Fine, Lindy replied curtly. I thought you had a sense of humor. Fine. I thought you would find it funny that I was trying to ruin your life, but apparently you have no sense of humor. It's just a joke, bro. She slid into bed, her back to Chris, and pulled the covers up over her head. I've got to find a way to pay her back for this, Chris thought. But how? How about you just throw both the dummies into the fire at this point? If they're not sentient, if they apparently weren't having a makeout session, which I have questions for Lindy if that's if that was what was happening. She's committed to the bit. I'll give her that. So what's our subplot count so far? 60. We're at the 60th mark, I think. Chapter 16. After school a few days later, Chris walked home with Cody. It was a hot, humid afternoon. The trees were still and seemed to throw a little shade onto the sidewalk. Seemed to? Or they did? The air above the pavement shimmered with heat. I wish we had a swimming pool, Chris muttered, pulling her backpack off her shoulder. I wish he had one too, Cody said, wiping his forehead with the sleeve of his red t-shirt. I'd like to dive into an enormous pool of iced tea, Chris said. Like in the TV commercials. It always looks so cold and refreshing. 10 more. There's gotta be some story. I think we're 9 chapters away from the end of the story. Cody made a face. Swim in iced tea with cubes and lemon? Forget it, Chris muttered. They crossed the street. A couple of kids they knew rode by on their bikes. 2 men in white uniforms were up on ladders, leaning against the corner house, painting the gutters. Bet they're hot, Cody remarked. Let's change the subject, Chris suggested. He's like, God, you are such a homo. I can't even talk about how hot the dudes painting the gutters over there are without you being weird. Cold, refreshing, sticky. Well, I mean, if it was just plain black tea, I can kind of see that being kind of good for your skin, right? Just like soaking in it. I don't really know if because I know there's like green tea stuff you can put on your face that's supposed to be really good. I don't know if black tea is really good. Tea's tea. Just so long as it doesn't have anything sticky in it, I suppose. Like, no. Never thought I would say this, but I prefer the gay. Me too, man. But now I guess Cody's trying to dance around it, but Chris, the fucking homophobe, won't let him talk about it. Really, Chris? It's July. Monday. Well, it's past Pride Month, but really, Chris? Cody and the construction guys? This plot's really picking up. You said words in a combination they have never been said before. Brand new sentence. Let's change the subject, Chris suggested. Fine. How are you doing with Mr. Wood? Cody asked. She's like, God, it's always something with you. Not bad, Chris said. I think I've got some pretty good jokes. I should be ready for the concert tomorrow night. They stopped at the corner and let a blue large van rumble past. Are you talking to your sister yet? Cody asked as they crossed the street. The bright sunlight made his white blonde hair glow. A little, Chris said, making a face. I'm talking to her, but I haven't forgiven her. That was a really dumb stunt she pulled, Cody said sympathetically. He wiped the sweat off his forehead again. It just made me feel like such a dork, Chris admitted. I mean, I was so stupid. She really had me believing that Mr. Wood was doing all that stuff. Chris shook her head, thinking about it made her feel embarrassed all over again. Her house came into view. She unzipped the back compartment of her backpack and searched for her keys. Did you tell your mom about Lindy's practical joke? Cody asked. Chris shook her head. Mom is totally disgusted. We're not allowed to mention the dummies to her. Dad got home from Portland last night and Mom told him what was going on, so we're not allowed to mention the dummies to him either. She found the keys and started up the drive. Thanks for walking home with me. Yeah, sure. Cody gave her a little wave and continued on toward his house up the street. Did she just forget she had a crush on that one boy that they mentioned like 8 times and then never again? Chris pushed the key into the front door lock and she could hear Barkley jumping, or Barky. What? God damn it, Barkley is a better one. Charles Barkley. This one's just Barky. Jumping and yipping excitedly on the other side of the door. I'm coming, Barky, she called in. Hold your horses. She pushed the door open. Barky began leaping up on her, whimpering as if she'd been away for months. Okay, she cried, laughing. It took several minutes to calm the dog down. Then Chris got a snack from the kitchen and headed up to her room to practice with Mr. Wood. She hoisted the dummy up from the chair where it had spent the day beside Lindy's dummy. A can of Coke in one hand, the dummy over her shoulder. She headed to the dressing table and sat down in front of the mirror. This was the best time of day to rehearse, Chris thought. No one was home. Her parents were at work. Lindy was at some after-school activity. She arranged Mr. Wood on her lap. Time to go to work, she said. Time to go to work, she made him say, searching and reaching into his back to move his lips. She made his eyes slide back and forth. A button on his plaid shirt had come unbuttoned. Chris leaned him down against the dressing table to fasten it. Something caught her eye, something yellow behind the pocket. Weird, Chris said aloud. I never noticed anything in here.
Slipping 2 fingers into the slender pocket, she pulled out a yellow sheet of paper folded up. Probably just a receipt for him, Chris thought. She unfolded the sheet of paper and held it up to read it. It wasn't a receipt. It was a paper containing a single sentence handwritten very cleanly in bold black ink. It was in a language Chris didn't recognize. "Did someone send you a love note, Mr. Wood?" she asked the dummy. It stared up at her lifelessly, and he's like, "How dare you read my love letter from Slappy? I have no privacy with this bitch. None whatsoever." Bob Barker, that's a good one too. Benjamin Barker. Mom had a psychological break. Like I said, I'm surprised she didn't drown them one by one. I remember being 12 and practicing with Mr. Wood too. If it was Bob Barker, he would insist animals pay. Oh no! Say new to humans. So the puppet is a golem. Oh god, that's a really good point there, Sepsis. Oh god. This even kind of looks like the Child's Play. Yeah, it actually kind of even sounds like it. Hold on. She asked the dummy. It stared up at her lifelessly. Chris lowered her eyes to the paper and read the strange sentence out loud. Karimari, Odana, Lamu, Malanu, Kariano. What language is this? Chris wondered. She glanced down at the dummy and uttered a low cry of surprise. Mr. Wood appeared to blink, but it wasn't possible, was it? Chris took a deep breath and then let it out slowly. Oh, shit. The dummy stared up at her, his painted eyes as dull and wide open as ever. Let's not get paranoid here, Chris told herself. Oh, bullshit. We didn't need any of this story before now, apparently. Time to work, Mr. Wood. That's a great sentence, too. Time to work, Mr. Wood. She told him. She folded up the piece of yellow paper and slipped it back into his shirt pocket. Then she raised him into a sitting position, searching for the eye and mouth controls with her hand. How are things going around your house, Mr. Wood? Not good, Chris. I've got termites. I need termites like I need another hole in my head. Ha, ha, ha. What's the equivalent? Is it lice? What's the equivalent of termites to people? Time to work, Mr. Wood. Caliverta. Oh, Clato, Verata. Sorry, I'm leaned forward, so I keep having to readjust to get comfortable. Lindy, Chris, could you come downstairs, please? Mr. Powell called from the foot of the stairs. I've been waiting to use my gangster voice for when Slappy is actually alive, but I'm starting to think that maybe this is just going to be super disappointing. Slappy versus the Puppet Master. Please, boss, I'm tired. Give me the power, I beg of you. It was after dinner. The twins were up in their room. Wait, what was the point of this? Lindy, Chris, could you come downstairs, please? Mr. Powell called from the foot of the stairs. It was after dinner, and the twins were up in their room. Lindy was sprawled on her stomach, reading a book for school. Oh, okay. I thought it did like a skip thing. Like it said, hey, come downstairs. And then it skipped to, oh, they ate. That's what Dad was calling downstairs for. Was reading a book for school. Chris was in front of the dressing table mirror, rehearsing quietly with Mr. Wood for tomorrow night's concert. What do you want, Dad? Lindy shouted down, rolling her eyes. We're kind of busy, Chris shouted, shifting the dummy on her lap. The Millers are here, and they're dying to see your ventriloquist acts. Father shouted up. No, the fuck they aren't. They cornered these poor people because they came to visit. Like, hey, why don't you watch our kids do their stupid fucking ventriloquist act? And then what are you going to say? No, I don't want to watch that bullshit. You're not going to do that. You can't do that. You got to be nice. You're like, yeah, we'll watch your kids' terrible, terrible ventriloquist show. We've got 6 hours. Why not? Yeah, I don't have a life. Mr. Wood's opening for Megadeth. Lindy and Chris both groaned. The Millers were the elderly couple who lived next door. They were very nice people, but very boring. The twins heard Mr. Powell's footsteps on the stairs. A few seconds later, he poked his head into their rooms. Come on, girls, just put on a short show for the Millers. They came over for coffee, and we told them about your dummies. But I have to rehearse for tomorrow night, Chris insisted. Rehearse on them, her father suggested. Come on, just do 5 minutes. They'll get a real kick out of it. I'm surprised this whole act hasn't gotten to be old hat by now to everyone. Yeah, you'd think. Was out for a bit. How's reading? Oh, transmission. You missed so much. And by so much, not in the actual story. We made up our own stories. It involves gay puppets. Or gay dummies. Ventriloquist dummies. I wonder if the concert's gonna end up like the park. They keep talking about it but never get to it. Or even worse, it's the birthday where they talk about it and then just skip it. Sighing loudly, the girls agreed. Carrying their dummies over their shoulders, they followed their fathers down into the living room. Mr. and Mrs. Miller were sitting side by side on the couch, coffee mugs in front of them on the low coffee table, I'm sure with fake-ass smiles plastered on their faces because they're like, we just wanted to come over for some of their watered-down shitty coffee, and now this is what we get to do. They smiled and called out cheerful greetings as the girls appeared. Chris was always struck by how much the Millers looked alike. They both had slender pink faces topped with spongy white hair. They both wore silver-framed bifocals which slipped down on nearly identical pointy noses. They both had that same smile. Mr. Miller had a gray mustache. Lindy always joked that he grew it so the Millers could tell each other apart. Is this what happens when you've been married a long time? Chris found herself thinking. You start looking alike? Maybe? I don't know. I know I've heard that joke with like pets, where pets start looking like their owners, or vice versa. The Millers were even dressed alike in loose-fitting tan Bermuda shorts and white cotton sports shirts. Lindy and Chris took up ventriloquism a few weeks ago, Mrs. Powell was explaining. I thought you didn't want them to talk about it. Why'd they bring it up? Twisting herself forward to see the girls from the armchair, she motioned them to the center of the room, and they both seemed to have some talent for it. Oh, and they both seemed to have some talent for it. Some talent. Thanks, Mom. Have you girls ever heard of Bergen and McCarthy? Mrs. Miller asked, smiling. Who? Yeah, I don't recognize that one. Is it Bergen or Bergen? They asked in unison. Before your time, Mr. Miller said, chuckling. They were a ventriloquist act. Can you do something for us? Mrs. Miller asked, picking up her coffee mug and setting it in her lap. Mr. Powell pulled a dining room chair into the center of the room. Here, Lindy, why don't you go first? You're the one that's really good. Get the shitty. Here's Wonderwall. Mr. Powell. He turned to the Millers. They're very good. You'll see, he said. Lindy sat down and arranged Slappy on her lap. The Millers applauded. Mrs. Miller nearly spilled her coffee, but she caught the mug just in time. Don't applaud, just throw money, Lindy made Slappy say. Everyone laughed as if they'd never heard that before. They might not have. Chris watched from the stairway as Lindy did a short routine. Lindy was really good, she had to admit. Very smooth. The Millers were laughing so hard their faces were bright red, an identical shade of red. Mrs. Miller kept squeezing her husband's knee when she laughed. Lindy finished to big applause. The Millers gushed about how wonderful she was. Kind of fucked up for the dad to set up the other twin. What do you mean I'm soft? I'm made of wood, aren't I? It's... Alright. Lindy finished to big applause. The Millers gushed about how wonderful she was. Lindy told them about the TV show she might be on, and they promised they wouldn't miss it. We'll tape it, Mr. Miller said in a very dated statement. Chris took her place on the chair and sat Mr. Wood on her lap. This is Mr. Wood, she told the Millers, and we're going to be the hosts to the spring concert at school tomorrow night. So we'll give you a preview of what we're going to say. That's a nice-looking dummy, Mrs. Miller said quietly. You're a nice-looking dummy, too, Mr. Wood declared in a harsh, raspy voice. Chris's mother gasped. The Miller's smile faded. Mr. Wood leaned forward on Chris's lap and stared at Mr. Miller. Is that a mustache or are you eating a rat? He said nastily. Mr. Miller glanced uncomfortably at his wife, then forced a laugh. They both laughed. Don't laugh so hard, you might drop your false teeth, Mr. Wood shouted. And how do you get your teeth that disgusting shade of yellow? Does your bad breath do that? Chris, Mrs. Powell shouted, that's enough. The Millers' faces were bright red now, their expressions bewildered. That's not funny. Apologize to the Millers, Mr. Powell insisted, crossing the room, standing over Chris. I didn't say any of it, Chris stammered. Really, Chris, apologize, her father demanded angrily. Mr. Wood turned towards the Millers. I'm sorry, he rasped. Sorry. Mr. Wood turned towards the Millers. I'm sorry, he rasped. I'm sorry you're so ugly. I'm sorry you're so old and stupid, too. The Millers stared at each other unhappily. I don't get her humor, Mrs. Miller said. It's just crude insults, Mr. Miller replied quietly. Chris, what is wrong with you? Mrs. Powell demanded. She had crossed the room to stand beside her husband. Apologize to the Millers right now. I don't believe you. Yeah, why would you? Gripping Mr. Wood tightly around the waist, Chris rose to her feet. She tried to utter an apology, but no words would come out. Sorry, she finally managed to scream. Then with an embarrassing cry, she turned and fled up the stairs, tears streaming down her face. Great show. Damn Millers. Oh, hi, Mr. Crowley. What's more unrealistic that these kids can actually talk without moving their lips or actually be funny? My favorite thing about this is they're talking about how funny Lindy is, but they won't fucking do any of her jokes because R.L. Stine knows that he cannot come up with anything that's actually funny. He's just doing the trust me bro thing. She's just insulting us. There's no actual talent involved at all. I mean, she's ahead of her time because that's what basically a lot of YouTube comedians are like. They just insult people. Kind of makes me wish that comedian was a protected term, like doctor and attorney, where you can't just call yourself that. You gotta kind of go to school for it. Chapter 17. You have to believe me, Chris cried in a trembling voice. I really didn't say any of those things. Mr. Wood was talking by himself. Lindy rolled her eyes. Tell me another one, she muttered sarcastically. Oops, shoot. I accidentally clicked. Wait. Oh, there we go. Lindy had followed Chris upstairs. Down in the living room, her parents were still apologizing to the Millers. Now Chris sat on the edge of her bed, wiping tears off her cheeks. Lindy stood with her arms crossed in front of the dressing tables. Don't make insulting jokes like that. I don't make insulting jokes like that, Chris said, glancing at Mr. Wood, who laid crumpled on the center of the floor where Chris had tossed him. You know that isn't my sense of humor. So why did you do it? Lindy demanded. Why'd you want to make everybody mad? Lindy, you have done nothing but be a fucking bitch towards your sister and laughed. And you did all this fucked up shit to her for a while. And now you're like, you shouldn't say mean things to people. Come on. Try to ruin their life and their sanity, make it seem like they're going fucking crazy. That's fine. But calling them stupid, that's not very nice. Mr. Would be talking shit. How insulted can they be? They're preschool. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I was like, that's considering what she could have said to you people. She's a crybaby. She sure is. I mean, it could have been way worse. They should count their blessings. They were insulted by an elementary school kid. Lindy is making it real easy to root for the dummies. Yeah, she is. But we know they're not gonna die because that very rarely happens. And even when they do, they come back to life. You gotta gaslight people. You can't be mean to their faces. Why'd you want to... But I didn't, she shrieked, tugging the sides of her hair. Mr. Wood said those things. I didn't. How can you be such a copycat? Lindy asked disgustedly. I already did that joke, Chris. Can't you think of something original? It's not a joke, Chris insisted. Why don't you believe me? No way, Lindy replied, shaking her head, her arms still crossed in the front of her chest. No way am I going to fall for the same gad. Lindy, please, Chris pleaded. I'm frightened. I'm really frightened. Yeah, sure, Lindy said sarcastically. I'm shaking all over, too. Wow, you really fooled me, Chris. Guess you showed me you can play funny tricks, too. Shut up, Chris snapped. More tears formed in the corner of her eyes. Very good crying, Lindy said. But it doesn't fool me either, and it won't fool Mom and Dad. She turned and picked up Slappy. Maybe Slappy and I should practice some jokes. After your performance tonight, Mom and Dad might not let you do the concert tomorrow. She slung Slappy over her shoulder and stepping over the crumpled form of Mr. Wood, hurried from the room. Ooh. It was hot and noisy back. What is happening in this town where there's just like, there is no relief from being hot and stuffy? This is not a Pazuzu and Regan. Pazuzu! Are we gonna hate Chris? Are we supposed to hate Chris and hate Lindy even more? Chris? Do you mean? Oh, duh! I'm a dumbass. You don't see how Chris is spelled. That for some reason that got me. I was like, what? Chris? They have Chris spelled K-R-I-S. I'm such a dumbass, dude. I've been saying the kid's name 1,000 times, and then I see it spelled different, and I was like, wait a second. I don't know who we're supposed to hate more, because Chris is annoying, but Lindy is psychotic. Can we just go back to the dummies, like, sneaking around? I liked it better when that was happening. Why is the only sympathetic character here the dog and that one boy? Oh, I think his name's Cody. Cody. The only one. Oh no. It's not your fault, Ronan. That was my stupid brain because I see the Chris spelled that way and I immediately think boy, and I thought you were talking about Cody, and then I was like, wait, I'm an idiot because there is a girl Chris. It was hot and noisy backstage in the auditorium. Chris's throat was dry and she kept walking over to the water fountain and slurping mouthfuls of warm water. Ooh, great. Warm water when it's hot is great. That won't make you want to throw up. The worst way to spell I should know being a CH Chris. This has been a very good story. Shingo. No. The voices of the audience on the other side of the curtain seemed to echo off on all four walls and ceiling. The louder the noise became as the auditorium filled, the more nervous Chris felt. How am I ever going to do my act in front of all those people? She asked herself, pulling the edge of the curtain back a few inches and peering out. Her parents were off to the side in the third row. Actually, I'm kind of surprised they're still letting her do this. I'm surprised she would do it. I'm surprised she wouldn't back down because, like, I'm not going to risk Slappy being a dick to, like, a bunch of people. Oh, I've got a bunch of Chris's in my audience. Is it warm and oh God, you just triggered a memory of like the elementary school fountain and the fountains that they would have at the parks. Always metallic. You had to press during the summertime. You had to press it and let it go for a few seconds. Otherwise, you were getting some hot water right in your face. Seeing them brought memories of the night before flooding back to Chris. Her parents had grounded her for 2 weeks as punishment for insulting the Millers. They almost hadn't let her come to the concert. Chris stared at the kids and adults filling the large auditorium, recognizing a lot of faces. She realized her hands were ice cold. Her throat was dry again. Don't think of it as an audience, she told herself. Think of it as a bunch of kids and parents, most of whom you know. That would make it an audience, dumbass. Okay. Better warm than salt. Yeah, I guess good point. Now with 40% more rust. Hose water, that too. That somehow made it worse. She let go of the curtain, hurried to get one last drink from the fountain, then retrieved Mr. Wood from the table she had left him on. The room suddenly grew quiet. On the other side of the curtain, the concert was about to begin. Break a leg, Lindy called across to her as she hurried to join the other chorus members. Thanks, Chris replied weakly. She pulled up Mr. Wood and straightened his shirt. Your hands are clammy, she made him say. No insults tonight, Chris told him sternly. To her shock, the dummy blinked. Hey, she cried. She hadn't touched his eye controls. She had a stab of fear that went beyond stage fright. Maybe I shouldn't go on with this, she thought, staring intently at Mr. Wood, watching him blink again. Maybe I should say I'm sick and not perform with him. Are you nervous? The voice whispered. At first she thought it was Mr. Wood, but then she quickly realized it was Mrs. Berman, the music teacher. Yeah, a little, Chris admitted, feeling her face grow hot. You'll be terrific, Mrs. Berman gushed, squeezing Chris's shoulder with a sweaty hand. She was a heavy-set woman with several chins. Wow, red lipstick mouth and flowing black hair. She was wearing a long, loose-fitted dress of red and blue flower patterns. Here it goes, she says, giving Chris' shoulders one squeeze. Then she stepped on stage, blinking against the harsh white light of the spotlight to introduce Chris and Mr. Wood. Am I really going to do this? Chris asked herself. Can I do this? Her heart was pounding so hard she couldn't hear Mrs. Berman's introduction. Then suddenly the audience was applauding and Chris found herself walking across the stage to the microphone, carrying Mr. Wood in both hands. Mrs. Berman, her flowy, flowery dress flowing around her, wow, okay, was heading off stage. But was it a flowy dress, Stein? Is what I would like to know. She smiled at Chris and gave her an encouraging wink as they passed each other. Squinting against the bright spotlight, Chris walked to the middle of the stage. Her mouth felt dry as cotton. She wondered if she could make a sound. A folding chair had been set up for her. She sat down, arranged Mr. Wood on her lap, and then realized that the microphone was much too high. This drew titters of soft laughter from the audience. Embarrassed, Chris stood up, holding Mr. Wood under one arm, struggling to lower the microphone. Are you having trouble? Mrs. Berman called from the other side of the stage. She hurried over to help Chris. She probably should have done that beforehand. The Millers deserved it. Out here attacking everyone. Yes, yeah, he sure has a way of describing characters. It's Shakespeare, if I'm being real honest. Ooh. But before the music teacher got halfway across the stage, Mr. Wood leaned into the microphone. What time does the blimp go up? He said. He rasped nastily, staring at Mrs. Berman's dress. What? She stopped in surprise. Your face reminds me of a wart I had removed, Mr. Wood growled at the startled woman. Her mouth dropped open in horror. Chris! If we count your chins, will it tell us your age? There was a laughter floating up from the audience, but it was mixed with gasps of horror. Chris, that's enough, Mrs. Berman cried, the microphone picking up her angry protests. You're more than enough. You're enough for two, Mr. Wood declared nastily. If you got any bigger, you'd need your own zip code. Jesus Christ. Hey, asshole, and I could... Bitch, with a single flick of a... Oh no. Anyway, sorry, the wicker part snapped. Anyway, with a single flick of a match, I could light your ass up, literally. Better apologize with these terrible fucking fat jokes. Chris, I'm going to ask you to apologize, Mrs. Berman said, her face bright red. Mrs. Berman, I'm not doing it, Chris stammered. I'm not saying these things. Please apologize to me and the audience, Mrs. Berman demanded. Mr. Wood leaned into the microphone, not the microwave. Mr. Wood, you remind me of firewood. Then the puppet spoke with a voice like gasoline. He leaned into the microphone. Apologize for this, he screamed. The dummy's head tilted back, his jaw dropped, his mouth opened wide, and a thick green liquid came spewing out. I thought he was going to fart, honestly. I was like, well, that's kind of funny. You got one. Yuck, someone screamed. What? This is basically just what Nickelodeon did in the 90s, just the green liquid. Yuck, someone screamed. It looked like pea soup. It spurted out of Mr. Wood's open mouth like water rushing from a fire hose. Voices screamed and cried out their surprise as thick green liquid showered over the people in the front rows. Whoa, they were in the splash zone. That's it. You're going in the microwave. Don't you dare apologize to the audience. I thought the dummy was gonna moon the audience. That was, yeah, it was something there. I thought it was gonna have to do with a butt. Voices screamed and cried out their surprise. Stop! Help! Somebody turn it off! It stinks! This almost kind of reminds me of the Addams Family scene with the two kids. They start chopping off limbs and there's like blood like all over the audience and shit. Only that movie was hysterical and a national treasure. This sucks. Was opening for Gwar. Is it G-War? I don't think I've ever seen that spelled out. I'm sure once I hear it, I'll be like, oh, not Megadeth. Chris froze in horror, staring as more and more of the disgusting substance poured out of her dummy's gaping mouth. A putrid stench, the smell of sour milk, rotten eggs, burning rubber, decayed meat, rose up from the liquid. It puddled over the stage and showered over the front seats. Blinded by the spotlight, Chris couldn't see the audience in front of her, but she could hear the choking and the gagging, the frantic cries for help. Clear the auditorium! Clear the auditorium! Mrs. Berman was shouting. Reminds me of college. Chris heard the rumblings and scrapes of people shoving their way up the aisles out the door. It stinks! I'm sick! Somebody help! Chris tried to clamp her hand over Dummy's mouth, but the force of the putrid green liquid frothing and spewing out was too strong. It pushed her hand away. Why is nobody questioning where this liquid is coming from? Like, she's not wearing a backpack or anything. If you want gack, we got it. Suddenly, she realized she was being shoved from behind, off the stage, away from shouting people fleeing the auditorium. She was backstage before she realized it was Mrs. Berman who was pushing her. I don't know how you did that or why, Mrs. Berman shouted angrily, frantically wiping splotches of the disgusting green liquid off the front of her dress with both hands. But I'm going to see that you're suspended from school, Chris, and if I have it my way... Oh, I read that wrong. She wrote, "You'll be suspended for life." I thought she said you'll be suspended from life, and I was like, did this teacher just threaten this child with death? Where's it coming from? That's the magic of theater. That kind of bums me out that this is starting to rot, because this was a really nice. This is like a vintage, like 70s chair that I managed to find, and it was in pristine condition, but I guess after like 40-50 years it's gonna fall apart at least a little bit. So are you guys super spooked out now that the doll threw up on people with like a lot of green soupy smelly stuff? Because I for one am terrified. All right, chapter 18. That's right. Close the door, Mr. Powell said sternly, glaring with narrow eyes at Chris. Why did they let her do it to begin with? Why did she... I don't understand why... I would not have taken the chance. If I knew that this doll was unpredictable and was talking and insulting people without obviously my aid. So, is that the ending? Oh no, I'm only on chapter 18. Though that would be really funny if it was. There's a portal to the puke dimension. I guess so. He stood a few inches behind her, arms crossed in front of him, making sure she followed his instructions. She had carefully folded Mr. Wood in half and shoved him back off into her closet shelf. Now she closed the closet door, making sure it was completely shut as he ordered. Why didn't he take it and put it in their closet? Because that's what my parents would do. They would take away our stuff. They wouldn't put it where we could get to it. They put it someplace where we couldn't get to it. Lindy watched silently from her bed, her expression troubled. Does the closet door lock? Mr. Powell asked. Why don't you know that? No, not really, Chris told him, lowering her head. Well, that will have to do, he said. On Monday, I'm taking him back to the pawn shop. Do not take him out until then. But, Dad... He raised a hand to silence her. We've talked about this. Oh, wait. We have to talk about this, Chris pleaded. You have to listen to me. What happened tonight? That wasn't a practical joke. Her father turned away from her, a scowl on his face. Chris, I'm sorry. We'll talk tomorrow. Your mother and I, we're both too angry and too upset to talk right now. But Dad! But it was the dummy! Ignoring her, he stormed out of the room. She listened to his footsteps hard and hurried down the stairs. Then Chris slowly turned to Lindy. Now do you believe me? I don't know what to believe, Lindy replied. It was just so unbelievably gross. Lindy, Dad's right. Let's talk tomorrow, Lindy said. I'm sure everything will be clearer and calmer tomorrow. But Chris couldn't sleep. She shifted from side to side, uncomfortable, wide awake. She pulled the pillows over her face, held it there for a while, welcoming the soft darkness, then tossed it to the floor. I'm never going to sleep again, she thought. But Dad, don't take the curse mummy back. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the hideous scene in the auditorium once again. She heard the astonished cries of the audience, the kids and their parents. She heard the cries of shock turn to groans of disgust as the putrid gunk poured out over everyone. Totally sickening. And everyone blamed her. My life is ruined, Chris thought. I can never go back there again. I can never go to school. I can never show my face anywhere. Ruined. My whole life. Ruined by that stupid dummy. In the next bed, Lindy snored softly in a slow, steady rhythm. Chris turned her eyes to the window. The curtains hung over the window, filtering the pale moonlight from outside. Slappy sat in his usual place in the chair in front of the window, bent in two, his head between his knees. Stupid dummies, Chris thought bitterly. So stupid, and now my life is ruined. She glanced at the clock. 1:20. Outside the window, she heard a low rumbling sound, a soft whistle of brakes, probably a large truck going by. Chris yawned. She closed her eyes and saw the gross green gunk spewing out of Mr. Wood's mouth. Will I see that every time I close my eyes? She wondered. What on earth was it? How could everyone blame me for something so... The rumbling of the truck faded into the distance. But then Chris heard another sound, a rustling sound, a soft footstep. Someone was moving. She sucked in her breath and held it, listening hard. Silence now. Silence so heavy she could hear the loud thudding of her heart. Then another footstep. A shadow moved. The closet door swung open. Or was it just shadows shifting? No, somebody was moving. Moving from the open closet. Someone was creeping towards the bedroom door, creeping so softly and so silently. Her heart pounding, Chris pulled herself up, trying to make a sound. Realizing that she'd been holding her breath, she let it out slowly, silently. She took another breath, then sat up. The shadow moved slowly to the door. Chris lowered her feet to the floor, staring hard in the darkness, her eyes staying with the silent moving figure. What's happening? She wondered. The shadow moved again. She heard a scraping sound, the sound of a sleeve brushing the door frame. Chris pushed herself to her feet. Her legs felt shaky as she crept to the doorway, following the moving shadow. Out in the hallway, even darker out there because there were no windows, toward the stairway. The shadow moved more quickly now. Chris followed, her bare feet moving lightly over the thin carpet. What is happening? What is happening? She caught up to the shadowy figure on the landing. Hey, she called, her voice a tiny whisper. She grabbed the shoulder and turned the figure around and stared into the grinning face of Mr. Wood. It's always pale moonlight with these fucking people. And that's when she found out Mom sleepwalks. Chapter 19. Mr. Wood blinked, then hissed at her, an ugly sound, a menacing sound. In the darkness of the stairwell, his painted grin became a threatening leer. In her fright, Chris squeezed the dummy's shoulder, wrapping her fingers around the harsh fabric of his shirt. This is impossible, she whispered. He blinked again. He giggled, his mouth open, making his grin grow wider. He tried to tug out of Chris's grasp, but she hung on without even realizing she was holding on to him. But you're a dummy, she squealed. He giggled it again. So are you, he replied. So are you, see? He replied. His voice was a deep growl, like an angry snarl of a dog. You can't walk, Chris cried, her voice trembling. The dummy giggled, its ugly little giggle again. You can't be alive, Chris exclaimed. Let go of me now! the dummy growled. Chris held on, tightening her grip. I'm dreaming, Chris told herself. I have to be dreaming. I'm not a dream, I'm a nightmare, see? The dummy exclaimed. I guess Slappy, I don't know what's going on with Slappy. And tossed back his wooden head, laughing. Still gripping the shoulder of the shirt, Chris stared through the darkness of the grinning face, and the air seemed to grow heavy and hot. She felt as if she couldn't breathe, as if she were suffocating. What was that sound? It took her a while to realize the strained gasps of her own breathing. Let go of me, the dummy repeated, or I'll throw you down the stairs, see? He tried once again to tug out of her grasp. No, Chris insisted, holding tight. I'm putting you back in the closet. People, it's the early 90s. They're just not ready for you yet, Mr. Wood. The dummy laughed. You can't keep me in there. I'm locking you in. I'm locking you in a box. It's something, Chris declared, panic clouding her thoughts. Let go of me, see? Dummy pulled hard. Chris reached out of her other hand and grabbed him around the waist. Let go of me. How was nobody waking up during all of this? To the wood chipper. Don't dummy splain to me, kid. I'm evil Homer. I'm evil Homer. I don't know. I guess Slappy's just tapped out at this point. He's like, look, we're kind of fighting at this point. We can't come up with a name better. Or like he wants to call it Morningwood, but I don't want my bed and breakfast be called Morningwood. I want something that slaps better. Get it? But he's real locked in on that. So we've been fighting recently. So whatever he's going on with the 12-year-old downstairs, he's on his own. I'm just gonna sit here in the pale moonlight. Chris reached out her other hand and grabbed him around the waist. I'm in charge now. Listen to me. This is my house now. Let go. He pulled hard. Chris encircled his waist. They both fell onto the stairs, rolling down a few steps. Let go, the dummy ordered. He rolled on top of her, his wild eyes glaring at hers. She pushed him off, tried to pin his arms behind his back. He was surprisingly strong. He pulled back one arm, then shoved a fist hard into the pit of her stomach. Wow. Oh! Chris groaned, feeling the breath knocked out of her. The dummy took advantage of her momentary weakness and pulled free. Grasping the banister with one hand, he tried to pull himself past her down the stairs. But Chris shot a... How is nobody hearing this scuffle? Like, who... What... How are you guys missing this? Chris shot out a foot and tripped him. Still struggling to breathe, he pounced onto his back and then pulled away from the banister and pushed him down hard onto a step. Chris gasped loudly as the overhead hall light flashed on. She closed her eyes against the sudden harsh intrusion. The dummy struggled to pull out from under her, but she pushed down on his back with all of her weight. Chris, what on earth? That actually does sound like an old school Resident Evil. Chris! What on earth? Lindy's startled voice called down from the top step. It's Mr. Wood! Chris managed to cry out. He's alive! She pushed down hard, sprawling over the dummy, keeping him pinned down. What are you doing? Lindy demanded. Are you okay? No! Chris exclaimed. I'm not okay. Go get Mom and Dad. Mr. Wood is alive. It's just a dummy, Lindy called down, taking a few reluctant steps toward her sister. Have you lost your mind? Listen to me, Chris shrieked. Get Mom and Dad before he escapes. But Lindy didn't move. She stared down at her freaking psychotic sister. Her long hair falling in tangles about her face, her features twisted in horror. Get up, Chris, she urged. Please get up. Go back to bed. I'm telling you, he's alive, Chris cried desperately. You've got to believe me, Lindy. You've got to. The dummy laid lifelessly under her, his face buried in the carpet, his arms and legs sprawled out to the side. I think you just had a nightmare, Lindy insisted, climbing down step by step, holding her long nightshirt up above her ankles until she was standing right above Chris. Come back to bed, Chris. It was just a nightmare. The horrible thing that happened to at the concert, it gave you nightmares. That is all. You were almost a Lindy sandwich. Several chapters after I made that sucker punch joke. That's a good point. Turns out... Oh, snap. Turns out Slappy likes him young. Oh, my goodness. Where'd it go? Oh, gasping for breath, Chris lifted herself up and twisted her head to face her sister. Grabbing the banister with one hand, she raised up herself a little. The instant she lightened up on him, the dummy grabbed the edge of the stair with both hands and pulled himself out from under her. Half falling, half crawling, he scrambled down the rest of the stairs. Ah! I don't believe it! Lindy shrieked, seeing the dummy move. I mean, that could be kind of creepy if it was crawling down the stairs on all fours, like fucking, what is it, the ring chick? Not the ring chick, the grudge chick. I forgot what she was named. Go get mom and dad. Yeah, what's mom and dad gonna do? What are they gonna do? He almost ended up a Linda sandwich. In the sequel book, Slappy gets slapped with some interesting legal charges. It's just a crime drama in the second one. Her mouth wide open in shocked disbelief, Lindy turned and headed back up the stairs, screaming for her parents. Chris dived off the step, thrusting her arms in front of her. She tackled Mr. Wood from behind, wrapping her arms around his waist. His head hit the carpet hard as they both crumpled to the floor. He uttered a low, throaty cry in pain. His eyes closed. He didn't move. Dazed, her chest heaving, her entire body trembled, Chris slowly climbed to her feet. She pressed a foot on the dummy's back to hold him in place. Mom, Dad, where are you? Hurry! The dummy raised its head. He let out an angry growl and started thrashing his arms and legs wildly. Let go! He growled viciously. Chris heard voices upstairs. Mom, Dad, down here! She called up to him. Both of our parents appeared at the upstairs landing, their faces filled with worry. Look! She pointed down at the dummy beneath her foot. Ugh. Nothing. Yeah. Kayako. Yes, thank you. I couldn't remember her name. That's who I thought she meant, but I couldn't think of how to spell. Ooh. Sadako is also... I think Sadako was the ring, right? Sadako was the ring and Kayako was from the grudge. I think. Chapter 20. We're almost done, guys. The book is bound to get good at some point. Look at what? Mr. Powell cried, adjusting his pajama top. Chris pointed down to the dummy under his foot. He's trying to get away, she stammered. But Mr. Wood lay lifeless on his stomach. Is this supposed to be another one of your jokes? Mrs. Powell demanded angrily, hands at the waist of her cotton nightgown. I don't get it, Mr. Powell said, shaking his head. Mr. Wood ran down the stairs, Chris said frantically. He's been doing everything. This isn't funny, Mrs. Powell said wearily, running a hand back through her blonde hair. It isn't funny at all, Chris. Waking everybody up in the middle of the night. Yeah, that's the worst. That's the worst thing that happened. Waking people up in the middle of the night. I really think you've lost your mind. I'm very worried about you, Mr. Powell added. I mean, after what happened at school. Listen to me, Chris shrieked. She bent down and pulled Mr. Wood up from the floor. Holding him by the shoulder, she shook him hard. Answer me, goddammit, or I'm gonna throw you into the fire. I'm waiting for him to start saying shit like, ah, you stupid bitch. What does he say, you stupid bitch, you rotten slut? I can't remember what Chucky says to the mom when he finally breaks his character. That's a great scene, by the way. I don't care if anybody says how goofy it is back then. The tension is really well done. I love that scene. Let's see. She stopped shaking the dummy and let go. He slumped lifelessly to the floor, falling in an unmoving heap at her feet. I think maybe you need to see a doctor, Mr. Powell said, his face tightening with concern. No, I saw him too, Lindy said, coming to Chris's aid. Chris is right, the dummy did move. And then she added, well, I mean, I think it moved. You're a big help, Lindy, thanks, Chris thought, suddenly feeling weak and drained. Is this another stupid prank? Mrs. Powell asked angrily. After what happened at school tonight, I think it would be enough. But Mom... Chris needs a flamethrower, seriously. Both movies involved crawling. Oh yeah, that's a good point. The one I was thinking of when she crawled is when Kayako was crawling down the stairs after everything starts going to hell with the main character and crawling down to her. After everything is revealed. Chris started staring down at the lifeless heap at her feet. Go back to bed, Mrs. Powell ordered. There's no school tomorrow. We'll have plenty of time to discuss punishment for you two. Me? Lindy cried. What did I do? Mom, we're telling the truth, Chris insisted. I still don't get this joke, Mr. Powell said, shaking his head. He turned to his wife. Were we supposed to believe her or something? Go to bed, both of you now, her mother snapped. She and her father disappeared from the upstairs landing, heading angrily back down the hall to their rooms. Get some grade A parenting there. They're like, you'll do that thing. Mr. Powell needs AA as he sleep through that. They're both on Quaaludes at this point, I think. They're like, oh god, only a few more years. 6 more years and these kids will be out the fucking door. We don't ever have to talk to them again. We will move to the countryside somewhere in Europe. We'll cut contact and these bastard children will leave us alone, hopefully. Lindy remained one hand on top of the banister, staring down regretfully at Chris. You don't believe me. Or you do believe me, don't you? Chris called up at her. She saw it happening, and she's still like, well, I guess. Lindy replied doubtfully, lowering her eyes to the dummy at Chris's feet. Chris looked down too. She saw Mr. Wood blink. He started to straighten up. Whoa! She uttered an alarmed cry and grabbed him by the neck. Lindy, hurry! She called. He's moving again. What should I do? Lindy stammered, making her way hesitantly down the stairs. I don't know, Chris replied as the dummy thrashed his arms and legs against the carpet, trying desperately to free himself from her two-handed grip on his neck. We've got to... There's nothing you can do, Mr. Wood snarled. You will be my slaves now. I'm alive once again. Alive. But how? Chris demanded. You're a dummy. How? The dummy snickered. You brought me back to life, see? He told her in this raspy voice. You read the ancient words. The ancient ventriloquist dummy spell. What's he talking about? And then Chris remembered she had read the strange-sounding words from the sheet of paper in the dummy's shirt pocket. I guess it's a good thing they had that in there. If they lost that piece of paper, you could never bring your ventriloquist dummy back to life. I'm back, thanks to you, the dummy. You think he'd be grateful instead of being an asshole towards her. And now you and your sister will serve me. Really? Or we could just lock you in a dog crate. What do you... Get the gun? You're still made of wood. They can just light your ass on fire. Throw you on the barbecue. I like the thought that everyone is just trying to ditch these kids. The parents, the dummies, the dogs, the teachers. Well, they're the worst. What do you expect? We're stuck with them throughout the whole book, and I'm ready for them I'm ready to ditch them. As she stared in horror at the grinning dummy, an idea popped in Chris's mind. The paper! She had tucked it back into his pockets. Hi, Brandon. Thank you. I want to know, have you ever seen the rain? That song is way too good to be a part of this book. If I read the words again, Chris thought, it will put him back to sleep. What makes you think it's just that easy? What if you have to say it in reverse or backwards, or you don't know how you have to say it in order to get him to go back to sleep? You think your dirty socks can stop me? Well, they are making me a little dizzy. Ugh. Ugh. I almost watched that episode the other day, but I ended up watching the pita pocket and pretzel episode instead. That one has some really good lines in it too. She reached out and grabbed him. He tried to jerk away, but she was too quick. The folded yellow sheet of paper was in her hands. You think he would have gotten rid of that so he wouldn't go put back to sleep, but it's fine. Give me that, he cried. He swiped at it, but Chris swung it out of his reach. She unfolded it quickly, and before the dummy could grab the paper out of her hands, she read the strange words aloud. Karu Mari Odana Loma Molanu Corrido. Chapter 21. I'm guessing she just brought Slappy to life is what's actually going to happen. Or it switched from him to Slappy. Both sisters stared at the dummy, waiting for him to collapse, but he gripped the banister and tossed his head back in an amused, scornful laugh. Those are the words of the ancient sorcerer to bring me to life, he proclaimed. Those aren't words to kill me, see? This is Pretzel Town, pretty boy. You mean the mob only helped me for money? Oh, Fat Tony. Now I have to watch that movie again. Kill him? Yes, Chris thought frantically. She tossed down the yellow paper, disgusted. We have no choice. We have to kill him, Lindy. Finally, said Lindy as she cracked her knuckles. I've been waiting to kill something this whole movie. Or this whole book, sorry. Wow. Chris grabbed the dummy by the shoulders and held on tightly. I'll hold him. You pull his head off. Lindy was beside her now. She had to duck away from Mr. Wood's thrashing feet. I'll hold him still. Grab his head. Pull it off. Okay. Just do it, Chris screamed. She let her hand slide down around Mr. Wood's waist. Lindy grabbed his head with both hands. Let me go, the dummy rasped. Pull! Again, how? You can't trust a serial killer. How do the parents not hear this shit going down? Or they just really don't care? My wife keep asking me for the pretzel money. Where is the money? When are you going to get the money? Why aren't you getting the money now? And so on. It's a great episode. I enjoy that a lot. Okay. The head didn't come off. Mr. Wood uttered a high-pitched giggle. Stop! You're tickling me, he rasped. Pull harder! Lindy's face was bright red. She tightened her grip on the head and pulled again, tugging with all her strength. The dummy giggled the shrill, unpleasant giggle. How do you unpleasantly giggle? It won't come off, Lindy said, sighing in defeat. Twist it off! Jesus. You know, like what you did at the end with the animals in the goddamn woods that you try to pretend that we don't know about, because it's easier to ignore your very psychotic bullshit instead of addressing it, Lindy. It won't twist, she said in frustration. Let go of the head, she let go of the head and took a step back. Mr. Wood raised his head, staring up at Lindy and grinned. You can't kill me. I have powers. I have vomiting powers. They don't have blunt arms. That's what I'm saying. Or, again, throw his ass in the oven. Throw his ass in the oven, hold it closed, and then just turn it on and then just bake his ass. This sounds dirty. It does. Twist harder. What do we do? Lindy cried. This is my house now, the dummy rasped, grinning at Lindy as it struggled to wriggle out of Chris's arms, which is a funny... which is he's still wrapped in her arms. This is my house! Let go! You will do as I say! What do we do? Lindy repeated. Take him upstairs. We'll cut his head off. Jesus. What if he... Okay, but if he's alive now, what if he bleeds? What if the parents wake up to them, like, covered in blood in the bathroom and them trying to dissolve this this dummy's body parts in acid in the tub? Oh my god. Mr. Wood swung his head around, his eyes stretched open in an evil glare. Chris cried out in surprise as the dummy snapped his jaws over her arm, biting her. She pulled her arm away, and without thinking, she slapped the wooden dummy's head with the palm of her hand. Violence! Violence! He said in a mock scolding tone. This is abuse! You can't abuse me! First you throw me to the ground painfully, now this! I'm in the parents' room, oh yeah. Slappy's decapitated body just runs around spewing goop. Oh god! It's really just Cody they're murdering. Oh my god! See, that would be a really funny twist if it turned out it was Cody the entire time. And then I was like, oh, well, now you guys are doing life without parole. Get those sharp scissors in your drawer, Chris instructed to her sister. I'll carry them up to our room. Why don't you just go get the scissors and come back so you don't have to, like, take this thrashing thing up the stairs? Her arms throbbed where he had bitten her, but she held on to him tightly and carried him up to their bedroom. Lydia had already pulled the long metal scissors from the drawer. Why did she have long metal scissors in a drawer by her bed? Below the net, Chris said, holding Mr. Wood tightly by the shoulders. He hissed furiously at her. She dodged as he tried to kick her with both sneakered feet. Holding the scissors with two hands, Lindy tried cutting the head off. The scissors didn't cut, so she tried sawing. Oh my god. I told you can't kill me, you little psychopath. That's squatter loophole. This is my house now. It's about property dispute. Yeah, sounds about right. The last couple chapters are just them going through legal, or like the legal steps to get him evicted, having to go to court. He's like, they attacked me with scissors and tried to cut off my head, Your Honor. I told you can't kill me. This isn't going to work, Lindy cried, tears of frustration. Now what? We'll put him in the closet, then we can think. Wow, they just throw this dude, not that head, lower. We'll put him in the closet. You have no need to think you are my slaves, the dummy rasped. You will do as I ask. I will be in charge from now on. We're not listening to you clearly, dude. He must be getting frustrated by these two 12-year-olds who won't listen to anything he said. Clearly, he's never met 12-year-old girls. They don't listen to shit. Wrong. Bad people to want to be your slaves there, buddy. No way. What if we won't help you? The dummy turned to her, casting her a hard, angry stare. Then I'll start hurting the ones you love, he said casually. Casually? No, okay, sorry. Then I'll start hurting the ones you love, he said casually. You know, your friends, your parents, maybe that disgusting dog that's always yapping at me. He tossed his head back with a dry, evil laugh, escaping from his wooden lips. Yeah, lock him in the closet, Lindy suggested, until we figure out how to get rid of him. Now they're just annoyed with him more than anything. Your Honor, I was just defending my property. Then they tried to pull me apart like a rip and dip domino. Cut roses in their You can't get rid of me, Dr. Wood insisted. Don't make me angry. I have powers. I'm warning you. I'm starting to get tired of your stupid attempts to harm me. The closet door doesn't lock, remember? Chris cried, struggling to hold on to the wriggling dummy. Oh, well, how about this? Lindy hurried to the closet. She pulled out an old suitcase. Wow, they're stuffing his body in a suitcase. Perfect. I'm warning you. You're becoming very tiresome, Mr. Wood threatened. With a hard tug, he pulled himself free from Chris. She dove to tackle him, but he darted out from under her. She fell face down onto her bed. The dummy ran to the center of the room, then turned his eyes to the doorway, as if trying to decide where to go. You must do what I tell you. I have powers. I will not run from you two. You will be my slaves. As I freak out, trying to figure out where to go. No, Chris cried, pushing herself up. She and her sister both dove at the dummy. Lindy grabbed his arms. Chris ducked to grab his ankles. Working together, they stuffed him into the open suitcase. You will regret this, he threatened, kicking his legs, struggling to hit them. You will pay dearly for this. Now someone will die. He continued screaming after Chris latched the suitcase and shoved it into the closet. She quickly closed the closet door, then leaned her back against it. Now what? Asked Lindy. You'll let me out here? I'm getting real angry. We're eventually gonna do something. You'll be loud. Not gonna let you sleep. We'll bury him. Holy shit! These little girls, man, they're gonna bury this thing alive. We'll bury him. Well, we couldn't cut off his head, so we're just gonna shove him into a suitcase and then bury him alive. They had been whispering together for what seemed like hours. As they tried to come up with a plan, they could hear the dummy's muffled. We'll bury him under that huge mound of dirt, Chris explained, her eyes going to the window. You know, next door at the side of the new house. I don't know, Lindy replied. I'm so tired I can't think straight. She glanced at the bedside table clock. What time do you think it is? If you said 3, yeah, it's 3 again. I think we should wake up Mom and Dad because it went so well the first time. We can't. We've been over that 100 times. They won't believe us. And if we wake them up, we'll be in bigger trouble. How can we be in bigger trouble? Lindy demanded. They're sending us away at this point. Tie a rock to him and throw him in the river. The power of launching a 9mm round of ballistic speed with this little number. Get dressed, Chris said with renewed energy. We'll bury him under all that dirt. Then we'll never have to think about him again. Lindy shuddered and turned her eyes to her dummy, folded up on the chair. I can't bear to look at Slappy anymore. I'm so sorry I got us interested in dummies. Shh, just get dressed, Chris said impatiently. A few minutes later, the 2 girls crept down the stairs in the darkness. Chris carried the suitcase in both arms, trying to muffle the sound of Mr. Wood's angry protests. They stopped at the bottom of the stairs and listened for any sign that they had wakened their parents. Because these parents, dude, I want to know what the hell did they take at night, because they are waking up for nothing. Lindy pulled open the front door and they slipped outside. The air was surprisingly cool and wet. A heavy dew had begun to fall, making the front lawn glisten under the light. Blades of wet grass clung to their sneakers as they made their way to the garage. As Chris held onto the suitcase, Lindy slowly, quietly pulled open the garage door. When it was halfway up, she ducked and slipped inside. A few seconds later, she emerged carrying a large snow shovel. This should do. A snow shovel? To dig into the ground? We'll cut up the body, wrap the pieces in plastic, and bury the pieces throughout the Ozarks Mountains. It's perfect. Yeah, they both chug it up. I guess they'd have to, right? Just a whole bottle of NyQuil. She said, whispering even though nobody was around. They could scream at the top of their lungs and it won't wake up their parents. Chris glanced down the street as they headed across the yard to the lot next door. The heavy morning dew misted the glow of the street lamps, making the pale light appear to bend and flicker like candles. Everything seemed to shimmer under the dark purple sky. Chris set the suitcase down beside the mound of dirt. We'll dig right here, she said, pointing towards the bottom of the mound. We'll shove him in and cover him. I'm warning you, Mr. Wood threatened, listening inside the suitcase. Your plan won't work. I have powers! You dig first, Chris told her sister, ignoring the dummy's threat. Then I'll take a turn. Lindy dug into the pile and heaved up shovelful after shovelful of dirt. Chris shivered. The heavy dew felt cold and damp. A cloud floated over the moon, darkening the sky from purple to black. Let me out, the Sword called. Let me out now or your punishment won't be too severe. I don't believe these kids make this much noise every night. 3 fingers of rye and a handful of muscle relaxers. That actually sounds the most plausible. The only way this is possible is if the parents have their door locked and they're up to some hanky... Oh, that's also a good point. This is like Prince of Space yelling, your weapons have no effect on... That actually... Why does he say what powers he has? And why is he warning them? Just use your stupid powers, man. Kick suitcase. Shut up! Ow! I'll report you to the police. This is violence. Dig faster, Chris whispered. I'm going as fast as I can, Lindy replied. She dug a pretty good square-sized shaped hole at the base of the mound. How much deeper do you think? Deeper, Chris said. Here, watch the suitcase. I'll take a turn. We need to make sure that nobody can hear him scream. Something scampered heavily near the low shrubs that separated the yards. Chris looked up and saw a moving shadow and gasped. Raccoon, I think, Lindy said with a shudder. Are we going to bury Mr. Wood in the suitcase, or are we going to take him out? I think Mom will notice the suitcase is gone. They're going to... How? How are you going to get him to hold still? All right, listen, dummy. You just lay face down, and we're just going to cover you with dirt, and we're going to pack it. Just bury the fucking thing in it. Then you won't... Oh, my God. Sorry, I hate when these stupid plot points We never use it. We'll bury him in the suitcase then, Chris said. It'll be easier. Damn straight you will. Ugh. You'll be sorry. The dummy rasped. The suitcase shook and toppled to its side. I'm so sleepy, Lindy moaned, tossing her socks to the floor. Oh, this is after they buried it, because again, he doesn't know how to separate them correctly. I'm so sleepy, Lindy moaned, tossing her socks onto the floor, then sliding her feet under the covers. I'm wide awake, Chris replied, sitting at the edge of her bed. I guess it's because I'm so happy we got rid of that awful creature. It's all so weird, Lindy said, adjusting her pillow behind her head. I don't blame Mom and Dad for not believing it. I'm not sure I believe it either. You put the shovel back where you found it? Chris asked. Yeah, she said sleepily. And you closed the garage door? I'm asleep, Lindy said. At least there's no school tomorrow. We can sleep late. I hope I can fall asleep, Chris said doubtfully. I'm just so pumped. It's like all like some kind of hideously gross nightmare. I just think, Lindy, are you still awake? No, her sister had fallen asleep. Chris stared up at the ceiling. She pulled the blankets up to her chin. She felt chilled. She couldn't shake the cold dampness of the early morning air. After a short while, with thoughts of everything that had happened that night whirling crazily in her head, Chris fell asleep too. The rumbling of machines woke her up at 8:30 the next morning. Stretching, trying to rub the sleep from her eyes, Chris stumbled out to the window, leaning over the chairs, holding Slappy, and peered out. It was a gray, cloudy day. Two enormous yellow steamrollers were rolling over the lot next door, behind the newly constructed house, flattening the land. I wonder if they're going to flatten that big mound of dirt, Chris thought, staring down at them. That would be really excellent. You think these kids might be the architect to their own troubles? They sure are. All I know is Mom and Dad need to quit mixing Xanax and vodka. Throw suitcases in one of my open graves like Jesus. I can make things happen. I'm the guy from Lost. Cross me and I set motion an overly complicated plan that causes mild inconveniences 10 episodes later. You're gonna get bunions. Every time you microwave soup, it's gonna be hot on the rim side, but the soup is gonna be cold. Every time you bake something, it's gonna still be frozen in the middle. Every single time you sit on a public toilet, you're gonna sit in a puddle. It's gonna be the worst. You're gonna wish you were dead. Sorry. Chris smiled. She hadn't slept very long, but she felt refreshed. Lindy was still around, or was still sound asleep. Chris tiptoed past her and pulled her robe on and headed downstairs. Morning, Mom, she called brightly, trying to belt her robe as she entered the kitchen. Mrs. Powell turned from the sink to face her. Chris was surprised to see an angry expression on her face. Really, you're surprised? You're surprised that she's kind of pissed with you right now? She followed her mother's stare to the breakfast counter, where she saw Mr. Wood. He was seated at the counter with his hands in his lap. His hair was matted with red-brown dirt. He had dirt smeared on his cheeks and forehead. Chris raised her hands to her face in horror. I thought we told you to never bring this thing down here, Mrs. Powell scolded. What do I have to do, Chris? She turned angrily back to the sink. The dummy winked at Chris and flashed her a wide, evil grin. It just won't end. I feel like I've been reading chapter 23 for like 12 chapters. Ooh. You keep stubbing your toe just before it heals. Every time you order pizza, there will never be enough toppings. Cursed with permanent splashback. Man, you have the worst powers, man. You just make things annoying. Chapter 23. I should probably have some water. My mouth's getting kind of cotton mouth. Ah, delicious. As Chris stared in horror at the grinning dummy, Mr. Powell suddenly appeared in the kitchen doorway. Ready? He asked his wife. Mrs. Powell hung the dish towel on the rack and turned around, brushing a lock of her hair off her forehead. Ready? I'll get my bag. She brushed past him into the front hallway. "Where are you going?" Chris cried, her voice revealing her alarm. She kept her eyes on the dummy at the counter. "Oh, I thought they were packing to just abandon these children. Just doing a little shopping at the garden store," her father told her, stepping into the room, peering out the kitchen window. "Looks like rain." "Don't go," Chris pleaded. "Huh? Don't go, please." Her father's eyes landed on the dummy. He walked over to him. "Hey, what's the big idea?" her father asked angrily. "I thought you wanted to take him back to the pawn shop," Chris replied, thinking quickly. "Not till Monday," her father replied. "Today's Saturday, remember?" The dummy blinked. Mr. Powell didn't notice. "Do you have to go shopping now?" Chris asked in a tiny voice. Before her father could answer, Mrs. Powell reappeared in the doorway. "Here, catch," she called and tossed the car keys to him. "Let's go before it pours." Mr. Powell started to the door. "Why don't you want us to go?" he asked. "The dummy," Chris started, but she knew it was hopeless. They never listened. They never believed her. "Never mind," she muttered. A few seconds later, she heard their car back down the driveway, and they were gone. And she was alone in the kitchen with the grinning dummy. Mr. Wood turned towards her slowly, swiveling the tall counter stool. "I warned you," he rasped. Barky came trotting back into the kitchen. I swear to fucking God if he kills this dog. His toenails clicking loudly on the linoleum. He sniffed the floor as he ran, searching for breakfast scraps that someone might have dropped. "Barky, where have you been?" Chris asked, glad to have company. The dog ignored her and sniffed under the stool Mr. Wood sat on. "He was upstairs waking me up," Lindy said, rubbing her eyes as she walked into the kitchen. She was wearing white tennis shorts and a sleeveless magenta t-shirt. "Stupid dog." Barky licked the spot on the linoleum. Lindy cried out as she spotted Mr. Wood. "Oh no! This obnoxious thing is back." Looks like rain, as if this book will have a thunderstorm now. They're going out for milk. It'll be last time Chris... Yeah, that's what I also was thinking. Don't make me get my monkey friend from that Stephen King novel. "You will pull the push doors and push the pull doors first time every time." I like that one too. Barky's on the puppet side now. I mean, like we said, at least he'll have like a better life. Suddenly they heard an explosion as their parents' car disappeared in a ball of flames. "I warned you!" Lindy turned to Chris, her mouth open in surprise. They're really kind of taking this in stride, honestly. They're not as scared as you think they would be. Burying him... Oh, wait. She kept her eyes trained on the dummy. What does he plan to do? She wondered. How can we stop him? Burying him under all that dirt hadn't kept him from returning. Somehow he freed himself from the suitcase and pulled himself out. Wasn't there any way to defeat him? Any way at all? Grinning his evil grin, Mr. Wood dropped down to the floor, his sneakers thudding hard on the floor. "I'm very unhappy with you two slaves," he repeated. "What are you going to do?" Lindy cried in a shrill, frightful voice. "I have to punish you," the dummy replied. "I have to prove that I am serious, see?" "Wait!" Chris cried, but the dummy moved quickly. He reached down and grabbed Barky by the neck with both hands. As the dummy tightened his grip, the frightened terrier began to howl in pain. That is when you do like a running bumrush and kick that thing right in the face. It's more like a Looney Tunes episode. "You will get a paper cut every single time you touch paper." I like all these curses. These ones are fun. "I warned you," Mr. Wood snarled over the howls of the little black terrier. "Do as I say, or one by one, those you love will suffer." "No!" Chris cried. Barky let out a high-pitched whelp, a bleat of pain that made Chris shudder. "Let go of Barky!" Chris screamed. The dummy giggled. Barky uttered a hoarse gasp. She couldn't stand it any longer. She and Lindy leaped at the dummy from two sides. Lindy tackled his legs. Chris grabbed Barky and tugged it. Lindy dragged the dummy to the floor, but his wooden hands held tight on the puppy's throat. Barky's howls became a muffled whimper as he struggled to breathe. "Let go!" "I warned you!" The dummy snarled as Lindy held tight to his legs. "The dog must die now!" "No!" Chris let out a gasping. let go of the gasping dog. She slid her head down to the dummy's wrist. Then, with a fierce tug, she pulled the wooden hands apart. Barky dropped to the floor, wheezing. He scampered to the corner, his paws sliding frantically over the smooth floor. "You'll pay now!" the Mr. Wood growled. Jerking free from Chris, he swung his wooden hand up, landing a hard blow on Chris's forehead. Jesus! Your milk will always be expired, and your cereal will become soggy the instant it touches milk. And if you keep it up, it'll be cardboard cuts from now on, and those are the worst. Have you ever had those? They take forever to heal, and God forbid there's someplace on your hand where you have to use your hand a lot. It takes months to heal sometimes. And Jackie, your eggs will always be runny. She cried out in pain and raised her hands to her head. She heard Barky yipping loudly behind her. "Let go of me, Doctor, Mr. Wood demanded, turning back to Lindy, who still held on to his legs. "No way," Lindy cried. "Chris, grab his arms again." Her head still throbbing, Chris lunged forward and grabbed his arms, but he lowered his head as she approached and clamped his wooden jaws around her wrist. "Again! Motherfucker!" She howled in pain and pulled back. Lindy lifted the dummy up by the legs, then slammed the body hard against the floor. He uttered a furious growl and tried to kick free of her. Chris lunged again and this time grabbed one arm, then the other. He lowered his head to bite once more, but she dodged away and pulled his arms tight behind his back. "I'm warning you! I'm warning you!" Barky yipped excitedly, hopping up on Chris. What? He has powers of what? Choking a dog? Because you'll always have pebbles in your shoes. Your eggs will always be runny in the middle. Eternal wedgie, front and back. How do you like that? I'm hoping for the ending where Barky rips the thing apart like any dog would do with an unattended toy within reach. You would think. "What do we do with him?" Lindy cried, shouting over the dummy's angry threats. "Outside!" Chris yelled, pressing the arms more tightly behind his back. She suddenly remembered the two they're gonna pull a Dr. Doom on the not Dr. Doom, Judge Doom. They're gonna flatten him. "Come on here," she urged her sister. "We'll crush him. I'm warning you, I have powers!" The dummy screamed. "Yeah, we know you have powers. Whenever you wear a jacket over long sleeves, your shirt sleeves will roll up on your jacket sleeves." Oh, that's actually the worst. That would piss me off. That tangent about the cardboard cut seems like it came. Yes, the number of times when I worked at the game store forever ago, the number of times I'd cut my hands with the cardboard when you had to like take in all like the inventory and count it and had to break it down because the assistant manager we had was a lunatic, and not everything had to be broken down, all of it. Yeah, I got some of the worst cut. One of them was where this little line was. I remember it like cut right here, and it was itchy, and it took forever to heal. It was the worst, and because I use my hands a lot, you know, because you kind of need them. It kind of sucked. Ignoring him, you know, as they're wont to do throughout this entire book, Chris pulled open the kitchen door and they carried their wriggling captive outside. The sky was charcoal gray. A light rain had begun to fall. The grass was already wet. So are the dudes working there just gonna go with it? They're like, "Sure, we'll run over your puppet." I don't know. I'm high right now. I probably shouldn't be on this steamroller, but you know, this is probably gonna be fun. I got something to. I mean, TikTok's not a thing right now, but I'll record it and I'll show it to. Wait, damn it, we don't have. All right, never mind. I'll just put your stupid fucking thing and I'll roll it over. Over the low shrubs that separated the yards, the girls could see the enormous yellow steamrollers, one in the back, one at the side next door. They looked like huge lumbering animals, their giant black rollers flattening everything in their path. "Hurry, this way!" Chris shouted to her sister, holding the dummy tightly. "Toss him under that one! Let me go! Let me go, slaves!" the dummy screamed. "This is your last chance!" He swung his head hard, trying to bite Chris's arms. Thunder rumbled Low in the distance, the girls ran full speed, slipping on the wet grass as they hurried towards the fast-moving steam. There's no such thing as a fast-moving steamroller. They were just a few yards away from the enormous machine when they saw Barky, his tail wagging furiously, scampered ahead of them. How did he get out? Lindy cried. No. His tongue hanging out of his mouth, prancing happily in the wet grass. The dog was running right into the path of the rumbling bulldozer. Bulldozers are not the same thing as a steamroller, I don't think. Your weed will always be dry. It'll be that skunky weed. Not the good ones. Your automatic can opener will never stick to the can lid. You will always use manual can openers from now on and always will. Your head will explode randomly sometime in the next 7 days. It's gonna be a fun week. The kids are like, all right, show us. And Mr. Wood's like, I can't do it while you're watching. You gotta turn around. I'm starting to think he doesn't actually have powers. I don't think he does either. You're going to set your alarm on your phone, but you'll wake up late and realize you typed into your calculator, not your clock app. That was annoying. Or worse yet, you set the right time, but put PM instead of AM. How you like that? You always forget to put your phone on the charger. Wake up to 2%. That's annoying. It's not like you just sit and wait for it. You're always late. The transformer that changes from a bulldozer to a steam. Barky was driving the steamroller this whole time. The Starbucks barista will always mispronounce your name, even though it's Chris and Lindy. Whenever you talk to your crush, you will always drool a little and hope they won't notice, but they will! They will! You know, the guy that you mentioned in the first chapter, Never Again? Gazing back at them, his tongue hanging out of his mouth, prancing happily into the wet grass, the dog was running right towards a rumbling bulldozer, which is something completely different. It's the early 90s. What's an app? You know, the food that you order before your main dish. Are you drooling? No, Barky! Chris shrieked in horror. No, Barky, no! Alright, this is the last chapter, everybody. We did it. We're so close. Letting go of Mr. Wood, both girls dove towards the dog. Hands outstretched, they slid on their stomachs on the wet grass. Unaware of any problem, enjoying the game of tag, Barky scampered away. Lindy and Chris rolled out of the path of the steamroller. Get away from there! Oh, sorry. Hey, get away from there! The angry operator shouted through the high window of the steamroller. Are you girls crazy? They leaped to their feet and turned back to Mr. Wood. The rain began to come down a little harder. A jagged streak of white lightning flashed in the sky. I'm free! The dummy cried. Wait, what's the... Oh, so he can't show that he's alive to the parents, but the guy, I guess, running the steamroller, it's fine. Slappy's voice is getting dangerously close to... I know, I'm so sorry. It went from the gangster to... I just really like Bane's voice. It cracks me up every time he speaks. Mr. Wood switches the sugar with salt. It'll be incredibly annoying for you. Asked the kid in the Scarecrow book with the iPad in 1996. Real weird. Went back in time. What is it? I'm free! Now you will pay! Get him! Chris shouted. The rain pelted their hair and shoulders as the girls lowered their heads, leaned into the rain, and began to chase after the dummy. Mr. Wood turned and started to run. Man, he is so scary. Mr. Wood is a scary creature running from two children. Final destination curse. He never saw the other steamroller. The gigantic black wheel rolled right over him, pushing him onto his back and then crushing him with a loud crunch. A loud hiss rose up from under the machine like air escaping from a large balloon. The steamroller appeared to rock back and forth. A strange green gas spurted up from beneath the wheel into the air, spreading out in an eerie mushroom-shaped cloud, which I guess none of the construction workers noticed for some reason. Whenever you exit the bathroom, a bit of the toilet paper will stick to the bottom of your shoe. But for some reason, the stall you used will be out of toilet paper. Or better yet, every time you use toilet paper, Your finger will go through it. So I'm sure that's very gross. It's very annoying. I guess so. He was a nuclear bomb the whole time. Barky stopped scampering and stood frozen in place, his eyes following the green gas. Oh, that dog would not care. Shut up. Chris and Lindy stared in open-mouthed wonder. Pushed by the wind in the rain, the green gas floated over them. It stinks. It smelled like rotten eggs. So he did. In the end, he did let out a fart. It smelled like rotten eggs. Barky uttered a low whimper. The steamroller backed up. The driver jumped out and came running towards them. He was a short, stocky man with a big mustache, or big muscular arms bulging out from a t-shirt. His face was bright red under a short blonde flat top, his eyes wide with horror. Did I just run over a kid that was apparently nuclear? Why wouldn't he... No, he was a dummy, Chris told him. He wasn't alive. He stopped. His face faded from red to flower white. He uttered a loud, grateful sigh. Oh, man, he moaned. I thought it was a kid. All right. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Then he bent to examine the area beneath his wheel. As the girls came near, they saw the remains of the dummy crushed flat inside its jeans and flannel shirt. Man, I'm real sorry, the man said, wiping his forehead with his t-shirt sleeve as he straightened up to face him. I couldn't stop in time. I was going about walking speed, but I wasn't able to stop in time. Your remote batteries will be dead and the automatic sync will never work. Eternal Hershey squirts. That guy you hate at work will steal your lunch from office refrigerator every day. How many kids has this guy run over? Apparently enough to recognize the crunching sound. That's okay, Chris said, a wide smile forming on her face. Yeah, it's totally cool, Lindy agreed. Barky moved close to sniff the crushed dummy. The man shook his head. Man, I'm so relieved. It looked like it was running. I really thought it was a kid. I was so scared. I mean, I don't want to have to get busted for killing another kid, you know? I just got out of prison. Nope, just a dummy, Chris told him. Phew, close one. His expression changed. What are you girls doing out in the rain anyway? Why are you doing construction work out in heavy rain? I thought you're not supposed to do that because, you know, lowered visibility. But maybe that's just me. The man picked up the crushed dummy. The head crumbled to powder as he lifted it. You want this thing? No, you can throw it in the trash, Chris told him. Better get out of the rain, he told him, and don't scare me like that again. The girls apologized and headed back to the house. Chris cast a happy grin at her sister. Lindy grinned back. Chris is still in trouble for that whole thing that happened at school, and she's still grounded, so hopefully she can just move past this. I may grin forever, Chris thought. I'm so happy, so relieved. They wiped their wet sneakers on the mat, then held the kitchen door open for Barky. What a morning, Lindy declared. They followed the dog into the kitchen. Outside, a flash of bright lightning was followed by a roar of thunder. I'm drenched, Chris said. I'm going to go upstairs to get changed. Me too. Lindy followed her up the stairs. They entered their bedroom to find the window wide open, the curtains slapping wildly, rain pouring in. Oh no! Chris hurried across the room to shut the window. As she leaned over the chair to grab the window frame, Slappy reached up and grabbed her arm. Hey, slave, is the other guy gone? The dummy asked in a throaty growl. I thought he'd never leave, see? So in the last sentence of The Night of the Living Dummy with Slappy on the cover, he finally shows up. Cool. I've held my tongue for long enough. I loathe the name you two have given me, and I will depart from your household promptly to seek a better future for myself. I'm kind of surprised, actually, that Slappy's not a little more upset that his lover's dead. I mean, where's my husband? I mean, they shared more than a few moments, and they helped each other out, and now he's just dead, and he's just kind of like, well... Alright, I guess I gotta move on from there. Oh, Slappy. Man, that one was. It's not the worst one that we've read. So far, I kind of feel like the ones involving the camps have been all pretty terrible. Like the. Like the one where it turned out they were aliens really pissed me off, and that one like genuinely irritated me. I was like, "You motherfucker! Did you just write yourself into a corner and didn't know how to finish it?" Chucky, Stone Cold Killer, Slappy, Precocious Nuisance. Where's my side piece, slaves? The shampoo will always get in your eyes. Well, wait. What power did what power did Mr. Wood have? He kept saying he had powers. I guess it was power to choke a dog. That's my power. Choking small animals with my wooden hands. I mean, I guess they're in this shape for more than one reason. Ain't that right, Slappy? Who gave them life in the first place? So I'm guessing what happened when she read the Evil Dead chant and it woke up what's his face, and then when she said it again thinking that it was going to put Mr. Wood to sleep, it revived Slappy, and Slappy saw what was going on and he's like, oh, no, fuck that, I'm gonna let whatever this is resolve itself. It is a nice cloudy day, and once they leave to do whatever the fuck they're gonna go do, I'm gonna make myself some warm tea. I'm gonna sit by this window here. I'm just gonna watch the rain, maybe put on some classical music, and I'll wait for them to come back, and then I'll jump up and scare them. I'm not dealing with that shit. He didn't even choke the dog effectively. Again, he was just talking shit. I guess he had to have been. Stay Out of the Basement was the best. Was Stay Out of the Basement, is that the one that had the tiny flower dad at the end? Because I agree. That one cracked me up. I also ironically really loved the snowman one. That one was pretty funny. And there was one with a town that for like the briefest of moments was actually written kind of well. And I was like, "Ooh, it's going to be like a cult type thing." And then, nope, it's back to being stupid. His soul went to hell and came back as the monkey. Who wrote the note with... Oh, it was a sorceress! Where was it where he... Hold on, I'm gonna look up sorceress. Was it sorcerer? Maybe it was a sorcerer. Really, no results found? Ugh. I don't remember how far back that was when he woke up. Mr. Wood blinked. Oh, where is your sorcerer? I'll throw you down the stairs! I'm trying to see where's that one. It's like, oh, the piece of paper! If I could remember how they spelled this, because for some the search bar never fucking works for me. Oh, that's when they're talking about cutting off his head. So maybe it's back a little bit more. He's alive. Ah, shit, I don't remember. Yeah, he said it was a sorcerer, an evil sorcerer that put that there, you know, in his flannel shirt pocket with his denim jeans. A sorcerer did it. What if we won't help you? Where are you? I don't remember how far back it was. It's fine. It is, this one was particularly bad. Again, not the worst one, because I think the alien camp one was the one that pissed me off the most. Talk shit, demon choked the dog. Slappy was the only one with powers. Mr. Wood was just a puppet with no trip. Sounds pretty accurate. A wizard did it. Welcome to Dead House. Yeah, that one was kind of funny too. I'm trying to remember all the ones that we've gone through more than a few. I'm honestly surprised I haven't gotten like you can't be reading this shit. But then again, it's they're from the early 90s. And I sit and talk in between them, so maybe that's what is stopping me from getting busted. Finally, I perfected the magic formula that turns dead puppets into living assholes. That is one hell of a Slappy versus Chris Hansen. He does need to leave those 12-year-olds alone. What are two 12-year-old girls gonna do for him that's not gonna end up again on Chris Hansen? Because I doubt these girls clearly don't know how to do anything. They don't know how to do their own laundry. They don't know how to cook, clearly. They can't even follow through with their plans to go to the goddamn park. And by the way, so after he's like, hey, slaves, it was Lindy like, hey, this might be a little awkward, but we have a thing that we were supposed to do next week we're gonna make $30. And I was wondering if maybe you could just kind of like roll with it, because I could really use that. I mean, I'm trying to think of a video game that came out in the 90s. Shit. Sonic 2 is coming out soon, and I really want to get that. And that game is like $50 or something. Slappy versus the IRS. So yeah, it's that was real bad. That was not what I was I don't want to say it's not what I expected. I knew it was going to be not great. Oh, a Q&A with Arlstein. What inspired you to write Night of the Living Dummy? I always thought dummies were scary. There's something about those dead wooden eyes staring at you and then suddenly come to life. Creepy. The worst curse of all, Slappy. Mr. Wood adopted Barky and moved in next door. Read something more family friendly like American Psycho. Imagine your existence being predicated on terrorizing 12-year-olds and even they pull one off for you. Yeah, he wasn't exactly the most threatening presence. Slappy is a villain that fans love to fear. What makes him so popular? I mean, great question, because he only showed up at the very end of this book in the last sentence, or last few sentences. Wait, what? Do you own a ventriloquist dummy? If so, has it ever insulted, chased, or attacked you? What? I do own a ventriloquist dummy, and it looks just like me. No. You can't say that shit and then not show the picture of the Erlstein ventriloquist dummy. That makes me so mad they don't. Slappy's greatest wisecracks. He's so easy because he's so easy to dropkick. What inspired you to write Night of the Living Dummy? Child's Play. Yeah, that's the real answer. Mr. Arlstein, when do you get that mole removed? Maybe it's one of those ones where you can't because it's like attached to a very important nerve. God, these all sound awful, but I'm gonna read them anyway. Slappy's greatest wisecracks. Is that your head, or are you hatching an ostrich egg on your neck? Knock knock. Who's there? Jane. Jane who? Jane, your clothes, you stink. Is your hair red, or are you starting to rust? Hey, you're pretty ugly. I like your perfume. What is it? Flea and tick spray? It's kind of confusing because I said I like the smell of it. Pinch me, I'm having a nightmare. Or is that really your face? How about a game of kick the dummy down the stairs? We'll take turns to be the dummy. You go first. And my best one, according to this. I've seen pimples that were prettier than you. So you're just an asshole. These aren't even funny. Oh shoot, that's right. I forgot about the Horrorland books, but apparently Slappy and other previous Goosebumps characters are in it. So that's kind of why I've been a little like I've been waiting to finish all the main ones with the popular or the popular creatures. All right. I guess it's time. Uh-oh. No part of this publication may be reproduced, copywriting, recording, or otherwise without written permission. Well, you know what? Scholastics, I'm trying to teach people how not to write a kid's book, alright? Holy moly, Mr. Stein. I kind of feel like Mr. Stein isn't a very nice guy. Seems to be kind of a jerk, if you ask me. It's almost like, it's like weird Harry Carey insults, almost. Hey, Slappy! I can't do a Harry Carey. I gotta practice. It's a simple question, Doc. I gotta do a practice run on that one. If you read another Goosebumps book with Slappy in it, you just go full Bane. I might as well because it slipped into that anyway. I had it just became Bane doing an old gangster until it just slipped right into Bane. But I mean, I pretty much have all of the Goosebumps books, so I'm always happy to read another one. The next stream is probably going to be me finishing the sweet early 2000s horror movie book or horror movie game, because it's basically what it was with Josh Hartnett, Bane Capone, exactly. All right, so it's Sunday, so unfortunately we most of us have work, while others it's already Monday for you. So I'm gonna end the stream after, I gotta give you guys some time to recover from the hilarity that was Slappy's insult jokes. Slappy versus Bane. That's why I burned that Goosebumps book. No, I wanted to read that. I was waiting for you to say it. No, sepsis. I was looking forward to that. It's a simple question, Jenny. If you had a football-sized dumpling, would you take a bite? Questions. Would you rather fight a 50-foot walking phoenix or 100 tiny little walking phoenix? It's a simple question, Doc. The funny thing about that is I didn't even know who the fuck Harry Carey was until the skits on Saturday Night Live with Will Ferrell. It's the only reason I knew about it. Because I would. Heck, I go back for seconds. Mr. Cruel. Alright, I gotta end the stream. Writing a Silent Hill story at the time. Ooh. For legal reasons. I look forward to it. I will still mourn the loss of your Goosebumps. So, ladies and gents and others, I will release you from the Goosebumps curse, and I will see you sometime next week. I'll make sure to let you guys know if I'm gonna do Friday or Saturday. It depends on how early I think I can do one of the days, because I want to try to do a little bit early so more people can actually enjoy the streams instead of just doing the pop open and leave thing, which I know sucks for them. But I'll talk to you guys later. Have a good night, morning,